call to order the regular meeting on December 28, 2023, and it's at 2:04 p.m. today. If we'll all stand, please, and Commissioner Wood is going to give the invocation.
Gracious Heavenly Father, thank you for this beautiful day. Thank you for this country. Thank you for the freedom we have. Thank you for all the people that have sacrificed their lives so we can have this freedom. Watch over, guide us, and give us wisdom and patience to do the county's business. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I get a motion for approval of the agenda.
Make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes. Next on the agenda is public comments. If due to the size, the largeness of the crowd, if you can hold it to 4 minutes, I would really appreciate it. If you want to give your time up to somebody else that's talking about the same thing, if that's what you want to do, if you'll just let me know so I know what person that's signed up is going to take care of what you're going to say. First up is Jane Bennett.
Commissioners, thank you for allowing this time for public comments. I am here as a Stokes County resident, King resident, and a staff of Stokes County Schools. I have worked at 3 elementary schools during my employment with Stokes County Schools: King Elementary, Walnut Cove Elementary, and Poplar Springs Elementary for several years during summer reading camp. I am currently a first grade teacher at King Elementary. I am also here in support of the application of the Needs-Based Public School Capital Funds Grant to build a new King Elementary School on the current site. I have already written you a letter addressing the concerns you have mentioned about the current site of King Elementary. Flooding and congestion will both be addressed by the engineers when building the new school. You have also mentioned that the Board of Education members have taken the Mason-Burr group study and thrown it in the garbage. This is not a true statement. There are several aspects of the Mason-Burr study that has been implemented into the Board of Education's long-range plan, such as closing both Pinnacle and Pine Hall Elementary, turning Southeastern Middle into an elementary school, moving Meadowbrook Academy into the Lawsonville Elementary location, and applying for this needs-based public school capital funds grant to fund the school consolidation. Another concern that you mentioned at your last meeting was that you wanted the students at King Elementary to be moved next year. However, the Mason-Burr plan, in the Mason-Burr plan, King Elementary would not be closed until Phase 3. The Mason-Burr group was not clear on the timeline of each phase, but during their presentation to the school board, they said Phase 1 could take anywhere from 3 to 5 years, up to 5 to 10 years to complete. Therefore, it would be quite a while before getting to Phase 3 and closing King Elementary. I would also like to point out that King Elementary does not just serve students of the King area. We have 4 district-level classes that serve students from all over the county. The administration and staff at King welcome these students into our school and our hearts. We love to see each and every one of our students succeed. It is the Board of Education's job to make decisions for the betterment of our schools. It is the County Commissioner's job to fund our schools and other county obligations. It amazes me that the Board of Education has offered to pay the match required for the grant, but our county commissioners have questioned their decisions. No, this grant will not solve all of the issues of our schools, but it is a $40+ million savings for the taxpayers of Stokes County. Commissioner Chandler made a comment that he was not only a steward of Stokes County's taxes, but also of North Carolina taxes. However, if Stokes County does not apply for this grant, the $40+ million will still be awarded to some North Carolina county. You will not save the taxpayers of Stokes County any money. After watching the last county commissioners meeting, it seems to me that some of you are not necessarily against applying for this grant, but you're against building a new school in the King area. Please do not punish the students for living in the most populated area of the county. The main reason King is more populated than in other areas of Stokes County is because of Highway 52. I am a product of this. In 1973, when my father was transferred to Winston-Salem from Roanoke, Virginia by Piedmont Airlines, my parents chose King as the place to restart our lives because of the easy access for my dad to get to and from work. In closing, I would like to point out that a building is not what makes a successful school. Yes, our students deserve a functioning, safe building to learn and grow. However, the heart of a school is in the staff and students. The students of Stokes County will be loved and enriched academically, socially, and emotionally, no matter what school they go to. The Board of Education has taken all of their decisions very seriously and are doing what they think is best for all the students, staff, and taxpayers of Stokes County. They deserve your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Steele.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. At the December 18th Board of Education meeting, when long-range planning was brought up for discussion, Dr. Rice suggested to use monies from their capital funds over the next 3 years to equal the match that is being asked from the county. While in theory a promising idea and a way to get the match without asking the county for money, I have some oppositions for $600,000 of that money. The $600,000 I'm mentioning, its first intended payment is awarded grant money slated to be used to put a roof on Pinnacle Elementary. How is this even ethical to use this money for a match with another grant? I know many will say that Pinnacle is closing anyway, and why do we even need a new roof? It matters to me and many others in my community. As one, none of us know that the grant will be awarded to us, or even if we can apply this year, which means going by the voted-in plan, Pinnacle is to remain open until a new King Elementary is built. This leaves us with too many unanswered questions. For the near future, it looks like Pinnacle will remain open. Another observation based on what is said from past board meetings is that not all of Pinnacle children will benefit from the new King Elementary. With the first plan, half of Pinnacle children would go to Mount Olive and the other half would go to the King Elementary, which was agreed by most everyone and why the need for this grant. This was strongly opposed by parents in the community of Pinnacle. With the next plan, our community was under the impression that Pinnacle children would go to the new elementary. At the December 18th meeting, this question was asked by a board meeting, and it was clarified that under the next newer current plan, which was voted on and passed with a 4-to-1 vote, that some would go to Mount Olive, some to the new King Elementary, and some to Nancy Reynolds. Is this going to be an option for parents in which school to send their children, or strictly by the redrawing of the district lines? I cannot agree that the new school is only a benefit for some in my community. By the time a new school is even built and you proceed to close Pinnacle Elementary, you will be moving some from an older school to an old school, which has been shown to us that none of our schools have been kept up. A grant was applied for specific purposes. Part of it was fulfilled, and the remainder of it, such as the $600,000 for Pinnacle's new roof, will now be applied to a match for a new school. What I'm seeing is the focus is on a new school while letting other buildings that are still in use and may be for a while keep falling into disrepair. Another thought comes to mind, what I've heard in these meetings in person and online. A grant was awarded for specific purposes. $600,000 was allotted for Pinnacle to a new roof. The question from one board member was asked, can this even be done? What are the legal aspects? No one took the time to make certain this could even be done. Also, I see it as funds appropriated for a specific need being used for something other than what it is slated for in a grant. How is this even ethical or even right? Would that be a misuse of funds to use this money not for its intended purpose? I want to see a new school for many, not just for some from my community. Why are so many communities losing our schools and paying a price because of where we live? An urban plan will not work for a rural county. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Whitaker.
Well, I'm here for a positive for Stokes County. I've talked to Commissioner Chandler about this, and everyone I spoke to says this would be a positive for the county. On the first Saturday in November of this year, I was invited to attend the Surrey County Sports Hall of Fame induction by one of my former high school coaches, Coach Harry Downs of East Surrey, who was inducted this year. And while I was there, the ceremony starts at the monument at Fisher River Park, and then after that, it moves over to the Surrey Community College, where they get to give their speeches and receive their plaques and certificates. And the whole time I was there, I was thinking, you know, this is something Stokes County needs. This is would be a positive for Stokes County to start a Stokes County Sports Hall of Fame. There's plenty of people that would be well recommended to be inducted into this Hall of Fame, from the back-to-back state championships at South Stokes back in the mid-90s, to the state championship football team, to athletes that have come through Stokes County. Even Mr. Mendenhall there, being a longtime sports official here in Stokes County, and also I think a member of the high school board of directors. Just think this would be a positive, and I would ask the board to, at a future meeting, to choose a committee and let's get this started. It would be a positive for the county, something to bring the county together from all sides, from King, from the north, from the south, to bring us all together and to be able to come together as a county. And a beautiful monument, like I spoke to somebody and they said, you know, right out here where the other monuments are, would be a great place to have a granite monument for the Stokes County Sports Hall of Fame. And I think, and the reason I come to you is because I noticed that a lot of the ones that spoke that day were thanking the Board of Commissioners for Surrey County because of their support for the Hall of Fame and for what they have done. So I come to you and ask you at a later meeting, Commissioner Chandler, if you could add it to the agenda, to appoint a committee. And let's get this started. You know, it's got to start somewhere. I know there was talk some before COVID that there was a committee, but then COVID came and it kind of dissolved and nobody picked it back up after COVID. But I know we got a lot of dissent in the county now. Let's do something positive for Stokes County, and let's form a committee and let's get Stokes County Sports Hall of Fame started with the new year in 2024. And I thank you for allowing me to speak this afternoon.
Thank you. Kyle Hall.
Good evening, Commissioners. I appreciate the time and the opportunity to speak. I know y'all probably seen the name, and I know we've had this discussion with the Board of Education before. I know y'all probably thought the House Representative Kyle Hall, but as we have in Pinnacle, I'm the Walmart brand. So as a concerned member of Pinnacle community, the whole discussion about consolidation, the grant, it's got everybody on the uproar. I mean, everybody's on wit's end. Everybody's at biting nails on this whole situation on the grant and this, that, and the other. Now, we've spoke to many, from Pinnacle, we've spoke to many of people throughout these meetings from King. And we've cleared the air. I've got no problem with King getting a new school. That's not why I'm here, okay? I have no problem with that. I understand the school is in rough shape. So we've discussed that in multiple meetings before. What we have a problem with is the last decisions, with the consolidation spot that come up, consolidation doesn't have to be a factor in getting the grant. But then yet we're still in the consolidation period, and that's okay. I guess that's their decision. They have the ultimate decision on that. But what I come to you concerned with is that they're taking money from Pinnacle's roof whenever it is allotted for that. The grant that was given to the schools, some schools have already received their roof, some have not. Pinnacle has been one of those that have not yet. And we need it. They're talking about keeping us open until the new King's built, and that's okay. But we need a roof in the process. Okay, so I don't understand why that they're trying to take away from that. We just don't. That's the whole point of why we're here. That was changed in the last meeting of saying, hey, if y'all don't, it's kind of a bully in the system from y'all of saying, hey, if y'all don't give us the money, then we're going to scrounge it up and we're going to take away from these other schools. No matter how we see it, we're going to take it away. And that's where we come into the play. That's where we have the problem with, and I pray that y'all would be able to try to talk some sense into them somehow, some way, or whatever it might be, of keeping that money that was allotted for those reasons to stay there with those schools. That's the reason why these schools are continuing to go down, is because money is being taken away for other purposes. That's why they're continuing to go down, and that's the reason why things have got neglected over the years, is because they're choosing to take money from here and there whenever it's allotted for a certain reason. If you're going to choose to use it for a grant because of that y'all don't approve from their aspect of it, and just take that money away from those schools whenever it's already allotted for them and said, hey, you are going to be getting a school, this grant was approved, this, that, and the other, then you're just taking it away and saying, oh, it's okay, that was our money anyways, we'll use it the way we need to. That's the way it seems from our perspective. So they're taking away from us whenever we're going to stay open till the new King's built. So they're talking, in Brad Rice's plan, the quote was to say 2030 was going to be the year that, the kids were going to be transferred and the school was going to be built. If it does take place by then. Well, then that's 6 more years, and we're going to need we're going to need that roof. So like I said, I come to you with that concern today. I know everybody's on wit's end with all this, so I don't want to come fussing or any way, form or fashion with that. I've just come concerned member of a community, and a lot of people's come to us and saying, hey, can you step in and speak for us? And that's why we're here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Elizabeth Ann Brown.
I kept looking around for a stool to stand on. First of all, I want to say good afternoon. I am Elizabeth Ann Brown. Many here in the room know me as Ann. I want to thank y'all for letting us, citizens of Stokes County, have this opportunity to voice our concerns and our opinions. I know once before it was spoken about the district lines being moved. That's been mentioned in one of the plans. Folks, a lot of parents will not allow their children to be bused to the northern part of the county. And it has nothing to do with the buildings over there. It has nothing to do with the teachers. And it's a beautiful side of Stokes County. Parents would choose other options for their children. So those of you that are against signing for this grant or against King getting a new elementary school, think for 1 minute that it will help put numbers on the other side of the county, the northern side, to support more fundings and justify leaving certain schools open. You're only fooling yourself. Because once parents choose other means for schooling their child or children's education, whether it be charter school, private, Christian, or homeschools, the state will cut funding for our county. And we'll lose money by that. Several were warned at the last election what was fixing to happen if certain people were voted in. And here we are today. This shouldn't even be a debate. King Elementary is in desperate need of new school. And it has been for many years. You ask how I know that? I retired with 30 years from that school. Loved it. And of those 30 years at King Elementary, after retiring, I substituted for 8 years in this county. Many of those days were at King Elementary. I attended school there as a student. So did my children, my siblings, and my husband. My mother attended there when it was called King School. My husband retired with 30 years from Stokes County Schools, working both at South and at North. Our son taught at the early college until receiving his master's in administration and having the opportunity to move to Davie, where he is now an assistant principal there. My sister, my daddy, retired with 30 years from the Stokes County school system. My mother worked in the Stokes County school system. My daughter subbed for the Stokes County school system. So this county and its future of the schools are very dear to my family, very dear. My mother worked in the cafeteria at King Elementary when I was a student there. My dad worked at Mount Olive as a custodian and retired there, and later retired from King Elementary as a custodian. I have prepared rooms for expected flooding. I've saw flooding. And I've helped others clean up mold at King Elementary as a teacher assistant. I could preach all day at the needs and the concerns of this facility. It's unhealthy and it's unsafe. It's been patched until there are no more room for patching. We need a new building and we need it from the ground up. Not to mention the safety issue if God forbid a shooter ever found out about the outlay of this campus. And we see stuff like that every day on the news that we don't expect that's going to happen, but it does. County Commissioners, I'm asking you to put politics aside. This is not a political matter. This is about the future of all the students all over this county. And I've subbed at Pinnacle, and it's a beautiful school too. I love all the schools in this county, and all the students mean a lot to my heart. But I can tell you, all those students all over this county and the new ones moving to King area, there is no family that's going to move into King and buy a new home only to have their child or their children bused across to the other side of this county to get their education. You all have had significant time to discuss this among each other. You had time to think about it amongst yourself, and I certainly would hope that you have put much prayer into it. Now is the time to agree to it and act on it. And thank you so very much for your time.
Thank you. Brad Rice.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to address you today. My purpose here today is to seek your support for the Needs-Based Public School Capital Fund Grant, a critical initiative that will profoundly impact Stokes County schools, and also to provide an update. To recap the journey thus far, on January 23rd, 2023, Peterson Gordon Architects presented a comprehensive facility study funded by the County Commissioners to the Board of Education, outlining the pressing needs of our schools. This study included details and photos which highlighted the challenges faced by our schools. On June 13, 2023, during the budget cycle for the current school year, the Board of Education and I let you know of our intention to apply for the Needs-Based Public School Capital Fund Grant, emphasizing that we would require a match if we were fortunate enough to secure the grant. On October 23, 2023, I presented an updated timeline and specifics of the grant to provide you with a comprehensive understanding of our needs and the steps that we were taking to address them. On November 2nd, we had convened the joint meeting bringing together the County Commissioners and the Board of Education to discuss the long-range plan, including our school's needs and how the grant would address some of those needs. On December 11th, I ask you for your support for the Needs-Based Public School Capital Fund Grant, which includes the necessary 5% match. I acknowledge a legitimate concern about the financial implications and the potential need to raise taxes to cover the $2.1 million match. It's important to reiterate that the only stipulation for the match is that it cannot be paid out of state or federal funds. I'll remind you, Stokes County Schools paid the $250,000-ish match for the $5 million, a little bit more than that for the grant that we received last year for roofs in the 2023 year. I will state that grant was not written for Pinnacle Elementary School, so no funds were out of that $5 million grant would be diverted. That was out of regular capital needs. In response to this concern, I'm here to inform you that on December 18th, the Board of Education took decisive action by approving the designation of up to $700,000 from our current capital budget for this year and up to $700,000 in each of the subsequent two budgets to cover the grant match. Importantly, these are funds that are sourced out of the Capital Outlay and Capital Reserves Fund, mandated by general statute to be allocated to the school system for capital expenditures or debt service and cannot be repurposed for other uses. By allocating these funds, the Board of Education has demonstrated a commitment to responsibly addressing the school's needs without burdening the county taxpayers beyond what is strictly necessary. This grant is not just an investment in our schools, it's an investment in the future of Stokes County, ensuring that our students have access to safe, modern, and conducive learning environments. And I urge you to stand with us in this endeavor, affirming your commitment to the betterment of our community and the education of our children. Thank you for your time, and we hope for your support in this crucial matter.
Thank you. Daniel Bryant.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. As you make final considerations ahead of your vote today on whether to approve or deny the needs-based application for a new King Elementary School, please take a few moments to consider the following items. At King Elementary, we have seen a steady increase of student enrollment in the lower grades since the 2019-2020 COVID pandemic. The increase has been sustained and is reflected in the number of classes that we have in kindergarten, first, and second grades. To give you those numbers, our preschool is capped at 3 classes, and there are 33 students. They are max full. Our kindergarten has 4 classes with 68 students. Our first grade has 4 classes with 71 students, and our second grade has 5 classes with a total of 83 students. These numbers are higher than at any point while I've been at King Elementary School and higher than previous years before that. It's important to note that these lower elementary student population increases will be sustained in the upper elementary school grades as these students grow and move forward, while the 3-year trend indicates that they have remained higher than previous year's kindergarten enrollments as well. Much discussion has been held regarding the closure of other schools, understandably so. I would also like to point out that in previous meetings it's been discussed whether or not King Elementary School should immediately be closed because of the conditions at the school. Please note that that would result in the move of about 425 students, which is more than the current number of students being suggested to be relocated at the other schools combined. Additionally, within her public comments on December 11th, Ashley Mitchell reminded that growth within the city of King is slated to include approximately 1,400 new homes with the potential to add 500 more. If even 20% of these new homes have school-aged children, the enrollment increase at the elementary schools in King will present dire consequences. While there may be growth in other areas of Stokes County, none matches that taking place in King. In recent meetings, it was mentioned that the long-range plan was insufficient for taking immediate steps to approve King Elementary School for the grant application. Concerns that King Elementary School would become the next Nancy Reynolds were mentioned. Perceptions that the students at King Elementary School should be moved to Pinnacle, Mount Olive, and Poplar Springs were explained. Hesitancy to apply for the grant was clear. However, concern over King becoming the next Nancy Reynolds is a red herring argument because the population dynamics and location of King Elementary School and Nancy Reynolds are vastly different. Replacing the second largest elementary school in the county, which is currently at 85% capacity, the highest of all Stokes County schools, that is located within the fastest growing community, should be an obvious decision regardless of how the long-range plan adjusts over time. Additionally, because of the Stokes County Schools Board of Education's recent decision to fund the $2.1 million grant match, approval of the grant application accomplishes this replacement with 0 county funds. There is no location in Stokes County where a school is more desperately needed than in the heart of the city of King. The disrepair and safety concerns are well documented, but arguments against a new school in this location have skirted the issue of population growth and current student body size. Additionally, of all the elementary schools in Stokes County, King Elementary is most well suited to welcome out of county students and combat the departure of students to private schools and homeschooling. Establishing a new and vibrant school in King with close proximity to Highway 52 and neighboring counties would hold great potential for drawing significantly more students to Stokes County School in the future. While the future is impossible to predict, using data and trends to determine likely outcomes provides the greatest likelihood for successful planning. Approval of the grant application creates opportunity for the students of Stokes County because of the immediate improvement made for King Elementary's children and the beginning of a process to improve facilities for all children. The situation we find ourselves in...
Start to wrap it up, please.
Yes, sir.
We're over.
Is the result of previous leadership's failure to take action when it was clearly needed. However, you have the opportunity, as said by Robert Frost, to take the road less traveled by, and that has made all the difference. Join us as we strive to make a difference in the lives of Stokes County children and families.
Thank you. Terry Fowler.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Terry.
Hey, thank you all for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. I understand, like you, being a public servant is not always easy. I also know well that the decisions we make sometimes can leave our family, our friends, our supporters, and our community members unhappy. but we are charged to do what is best for all of those that we represent. And if you would, imagine you're offered a free house by a generous benefactor. The only condition is that you have to sign a paper to accept the offer. Would you hesitate to take this opportunity, or would you jump at the chance to have a new home? Today, I'm here to respectfully ask you to support the proposal to build a new school in the western part of Stokes County, using a grant from the state government that will cover 95% of the cost of the project. 95%, $42 million. On top of that, the Board of Education has voted to fund the rest of the money without asking for any additional money from the county. This proposal is a win-win situation for everyone in the county by addressing the current problems with the existing schools. Building a new school in the western part of the county will benefit everyone in the county, not just the residents of that area. It will attract more families to move here, which will boost the local economy and increase the tax revenue. Moreover, it will reduce the maintenance cost of the old schools, which are in poor condition and need constant repairs. Some people might worry that a new school will harm the environment, cause more traffic, or raise the taxes. However, those concerns are unfounded. The new school will be built on land that is already owned and suitable for construction. Also, it will save energy and repair bills. The traffic should not be a problem, as the new school will have an ample parking lot with multiple ways to exit. And the taxes will not go up, as the state government and the Board of Education will pay for the entire cost of this project. The current condition of some of the schools in the county is like a ticking time bomb. The schools are old, outdated, and unsafe. They are falling apart literally and figuratively. The roofs are leaking, the walls are cracking, and the pipes are bursting. The schools are like candles burning at different lengths, some faster than others, but all eventually reaching their end. The proposal to build a new school in the western part of Stokes County is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that we cannot afford to miss. The only thing that is needed to complete the application is a signature from your board. This situation is not a problem brought to you. It is a solution. It is not a burden on the county. It is a blessing. All you have to do is vote yes. I urge you, I implore you to support this proposal and sign the paper. This is not just for the western part of the county. This is for the whole county. This is not just for the present. This is for the future. This is not just for us. This is for our children and our grandchildren. Let us be good stewards of the resources that we have been given. Let us be wise decision makers for the county that we loved and we serve. Let us be the voice for the county that we represent. Let us say yes to the new school. Those are the end of my comments, but I have been asked to present to you. There was a Facebook page that said Build King's Future. It was a community organization. And these are the emails that you should have received, because there was a link in that page for you all to receive the email. So I hope you did. You did not? Okay. Well, if I may, give these to Amber. And these are copies of all of the responses on that page. Okay?
Thank you.
So thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Jessica Bennett.
Good afternoon. With the current consolidation plan, it is alarming at how many kids will be taken out of the county, out of our public school systems because of the current plan, choosing private or charter schools or homeschooling over being in our public school system. I acknowledge, based on actually listening to the citizens when they talk, that something does need to be done about King Elementary. Their facility obviously needs work. However, our Board of Education continues to say they took 2 years to come up with a plan. The state of King did not happen overnight. I feel like they have had the time to come up with a solution well before now that wouldn't slight the rest of the county. Again, when trying to keep the county united, I think it's important for all areas to understand we all have needs, and the needs of the kids should be first on the list. The Meadowbrook students and parents have voiced their opinions of not wanting to be relocated, as Lawsonville did as well. It was stated in the last Board of Education meeting by a member that the board wasn't presented with any better plan concerning their consolidation plan. It is their job to figure out a productive, successful plan. Even with hiring a professional company, that goal wasn't reached. It also made me question why our community's concerns were completely ignored in all of the meetings and at the public hearing. The public tried to give input many, many times, and none of it was used, pointing out many loose ends and misinformation with this plan. These points could have been used to make a better plan, but it was all ignored. In 2024, with moving our elementary students, it will be adding time to their commutes, changing their after-school care, transportation, etc. Also placing them in different facilities and making drastic changes for K-5 students to get used to. If they continue, other schools and issues that require attention and money will also suffer in the future. Going forward, I think it is very important for the Board of Education to work closely and productively with the commissioners to do what's best for all of Stokes County students. Thank you.
Thank you. John Elmore.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. Thank you for taking the time to be servants, commissioners for our county. I know with that comes great responsibilities. I've been a citizen of King and Stokes County for 23 years now. By now, I'm confident that in saying that you've heard enough about numbers. You may be having nightmares about numbers that add up to millions of dollars each night. But I'm not here to throw more numbers at you. You know the numbers. You know the facts. Which means you have to know that this is a simple yes vote when it comes to approving the needs school-based grant. It's like a slam dunk. It's a no-brainer. It's like stepping up to the plate in Game 7 of the World Series, the 9th inning with 2 outs with the bases loaded down by 3 with the opportunity to hit a grand slam to win the game, the whole series. We don't get those opportunities. We don't get opportunities like this very often. It's a great opportunity to give nothing and get a great monumental amount. But as I said, I'm not here to remind you of the numbers. The numbers part makes it an easy yes. But also following what you've been elected for and sworn to do makes this an easy yes vote. See, when someone decides to run for a political seat, they do so with the intent of serving the people and doing what's best for the people they represent. No matter the seat, whether it's a county commissioner, school board of education, a mayor, city council, whatever that seat is, we're there to serve the people. Being a minister myself, I understand what it means to be in a position of service. It means sometimes we have to put our own wants aside. It means we have to do what's best for others, even if it's not what I want personally. It means also that integrity must be involved. When elected as a Stokes County Commissioner, you swore an oath, and you're required to follow a code of ethics, which I have a copy of right here. According to the code of ethics for Stokes County Commissioners, each one upon taking office for their current term shall submit a signed statement to the county attorney acknowledging that they have received and read the Stokes County Code of Ethics, that they understand it, and that they are bound by it. And for the life of me, I cannot find one good reason for a no vote when it comes to this needs-based school grant, which leads people to believe that there's something behind the scenes. I hope that is not the case, because in Section 2 of the Code of Ethics, it states that the proper operation of county government requires that county commissioners be independent and impartial. It also states in that paragraph that the public have confidence in the integrity of its county government and county commissioners. Confidence and integrity is quickly fading to the public. So I ask you, remember the oath you swore, the code of ethics you signed. I ask you to be impartial, to not let personal feelings keep you from making an ethical yes vote.
McCraw.
Thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak today. I know your choices, and and everything is not going to be an easy thing to do. Serving as mayor of the city of King has not been an easy thing over the last year and decisions that we've had to make. Some of the decisions I didn't want to have to make, and probably not the way I would have chosen to make, but I did it for the betterment of the citizens of King and the people that I serve as being as a city councilman and now as mayor, and I don't take that lightly. But imagine sending your child to a school that's falling apart. Mr. Chandler, you've been to the school. Mr. Morris, have you been to the school?
No.
Mr. Woods, have you been over to the school?
Not recent.
Okay. I know Ronnie Mendenhall had served at the school. If you've not been to the school, you really don't have a way to say yay or nay on this.
Been to the school many times.
Yeah. But the school is falling apart, flooded, overcrowded. Imagine paying taxes for a school that is wasting your money, your energy, your resources. Imagine watching a child miss out on the opportunity for a quality education, a safe community, and a bright future. This is a reality that many parents and teachers and residents of King face every day. But it doesn't have to be this way. We have a chance to change it. You have a chance to change it. To let them apply for this grant. I'm not here to encourage you to vote yes or applying for the grant through the needs-based. I am here to encourage you, to apply for the grant through the needs-based public school capital fund that would allow us to build a new King Elementary School. The grant would cover 95% of the project, leaving us with only $2.1 million investment for a $42 million payoff. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that we cannot miss out on. We may ask why we need a new King Elementary School, how it will benefit our community, and how we can overcome any potential concerns or obstacles. We need a new King Elementary School because the current one is outdated, unsafe, and insufficient. The current school is outdated because it lacks adequate technology space and resources to provide a quality education for our students. The current school is unsafe because it has faced 4 floods in the last 18 years, caused damage to the classrooms, library, and cafeteria. The current school is insufficient because it serves over 400 students in multiple buildings. And if you remember, King, me being on city council, we funded a SRO officer there that the county did not put a SRO officer there. You were rotating them around to different schools. Since we did that and we paid for that officer ourselves for a county school out of city budgets, we stand up for our schools. The current school is insufficient because it serves over 400 students. And our resources are being depleted in that school. According to the Peterson-Gordon facility assessment that you all had a copy of, it will cost the county $9,214,050 to repair the aging facility. As you can see, a new school would not only solve the problem of the old one, but also create new opportunities for our students. But what about the rest of the community? How would a new school benefit the rest of the community? A new King Elementary School would benefit the whole community by attracting more families and businesses to our county, boosting our economy and tax base, and showing that we care about our children, our educators, and our county. A new school would attract more families and businesses to our county because people would want to live and work in a place that has a good education system, a safe community, and a bright future. A new school would boost our economy and our tax base because more people and businesses would generate and more people would want to come to King. Okay, my last paragraph. I presented you why we need a King Elementary School, how it will benefit our community, and how we can overcome new potential concerns as obstacles. A new King Elementary School would be a win-win situation for everyone. I'm going to skip down to my last sentence. We need you to be good students of our taxpayers' dollars by signing a paper for the opportunity to receive $42 million instead of paying $9,214,050 to repair this school. which you will need to do within the next few years, and you can do it for $2 million. We need you to say yes to a new King Elementary School. We need you to say yes to our children.
Hey,
Thank you for your
that's
time
it.
and
We've
attention.
heard, yes, we need,
I hope you
we got
will
it.
make the right choice.
We're going to. We're going to.
Thank you for your time.
Last is Vaughn.
Thank y'all for having us here today. There's a lot of interest in this decision. And we're here hoping that we're going to make the right decision for Stokes County. To address a couple things, it has been said that the roof grant that we received had the roof in it for Pinnacle, and that's not true. It did not include Pinnacle. That roofing grant was for Walnut Cove, West Stokes, Piney Grove, and the field house and band room at North Stokes. Those were the only roofs that were included in that grant for the roofs. And we did pay for the match. The grant match was paid for that by us, by the school system, out of our capital funding. And, we were at the Walnut Cove council swearing in a couple weeks ago. The three, Commissioner Morris, Chandler, and Commissioner Wood were all there. And after the meeting was over, we had a discussion. I had a discussion with Commissioner Chandler. And I asked him, I said, now, are you going to support our cause here? Are you going to support our grant? And you said, yeah, you're going to vote for it, but you're not going to vote for it until next year. Is that correct? Right. So I asked why. I said, why are we not going to vote until next year for the grant? And you said, well, we kind of caught us in the middle of a budget cycle, and you was afraid that we didn't have the $2.1 million to allot for the match grant. So we put our heads together and we said, okay, we paid for the match for the roofing project, then why can't we pay for the match for a chance to get $42 million for a new school? And that's what we did. We talked to Ms. Moore, talked to Dr. Rice, and we feel like that we can do that. We can take $700,000 a year to be paid over 3 years, $700,000 a year to pay for this matching grant, and not cut ourselves short on any of the other capital projects that we need to do. We've had questions of, well, if you had the $2.1 million, why don't you fix up some of the schools? Well, it's just as Mayor McCraw just said, King Elementary needs about, by our facility study, needs about $10 million of repairs. I don't have $10 million in our capital fund at the schools, but we can sacrifice $700,000 a year over the next 3 years to solve a problem that will last us for decades to come, that we don't have to come up with the $10 million to try to make repairs to the one school. And this grant that we're applying for, we hope to apply for with your permission, is not going to solve all of our needs. We have several other schools in the county that are in the same boat as King Elementary. It's an issue, and it's not, as I've said at your last meeting, this is not something that our board or your current board, this board here, has created. This problem has been years in the making. And I feel like our board and your board together are the first ones that have really stood up and had the courage to try to tackle this problem. It would have been much easier for us to just ignore it and keep on going, right? It would have been much easier to do that and not have all the controversy and not have all the people here and support or opposition either way. But we decided we needed to tackle the issue. Our schools are old, they're failing. We're up against the clock here to where we have to do something with these schools. So we're here asking you, please allow us to apply for the grant. If we don't get the grant, we don't spend our $2.1 million on a match. We have the money, we can maybe fix up some schools or do whatever. If we do get the grant, if we're lucky enough to get it, then we have solved a major issue. $42 million. Your tax administrator is coming up here in a few minutes. He told us that your county brings in $30 million in revenue for property tax in 1 year. If we're lucky enough to get this grant, $42 million is about 17 months of property tax. That's a big deal. So we ask you, please support us, please support the grant, at least allow us to try. That's all we're asking, we just want to try. There's no guarantee we're going to get it, but we want to try. And I think it would be a big benefit, a big boost for the whole county. Thank y'all for letting us come today, and thank you for your time, and we'd appreciate if you'd support us.
Thank you. So, I don't know if this is appropriate or not, so I'll ask each of the board members. I would just like to ask one question, because there seems to be a theme here that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'd like to ask Dr. Rice a question. Does anybody object to that on the board? Commissioner Mendenhall? Do you object? Do you object? Commissioner Cox, do you object?
No, I do not.
Dr. Rice, would you mind coming back up here? Can you please clarify for me that this is a once-in-a-lifetime thing? This is the only year that the grant is possible.
This is the only year that it's guaranteed. There's nothing that says that they may not renew it in future years. But this
So
year,
they've never
it is
done it
in the
before?
budget for this year and approved in this budget. Used to, it had a different set of guidelines. It was changed to the current guidelines. And I can't speak for the General Assembly whether or not they're going to continue this in the future. What we do know is it is approved for the 2024 school year. That right now, the application closes on the 5th, and that's what we know. There's nothing that says that it couldn't be extended, but there's nothing that says that it will be extended either.
But in the past, they've awarded grants.
I think this is the second or third year that it's been in this current iteration. Before that, it had different stipulations.
Right. Okay, thank you. Okay, this closes the open public comments part of the agenda, and at 2:55 p.m. So at this time, I'm going to open up comments for the managers and the commissioners, and I will start with Mr. Wood, Commissioner Wood, if you'll start with opening comments.
I do appreciate y'all being here. I know y'all sitting back there and thinking I'm not listening, but I listen to every word. We got tough decisions. I will agree with Vaughn that it's not our fault, in my opinion, since I'm the oldest one in the room. This is a problem with career politicians. That's what we're dealing with today. People who get in office and want to sit there until they die. And that's what we're dealing with. It's not going to be an easy problem, and I do not have any other interest in the site at King. I want to clear that up. It's been nothing but rumors. My biggest blessing in life, I am not on Facebook. I could care less, and I'm going to die not on Facebook. I tried it when I ran, and that was a big mistake. All right, good stuff. South Stokes boys basketball team won the Frank Spencer Classic. That's unheard of. And we want to get them in front on the 21st, Ted Budd was in Walnut Cove and invited us, it was his idea, not ours, to a tour Walnut Cove meat process, the Mitchells. And if you've never met him, he could fit right in Stokes County and you wouldn't even know who he was. Great tour. After that, I went to Sandy Ridge to the age 60 plus food bank. We gave out 3 tons of food to 92 families. And that will happen again third Thursday in January. And they take all volunteers because it's rough on an old man lifting fruit juice by the case in vehicles. Other good news, January the 18th, Hanging Rock Project is out for bids at Vade Mickham. That's going to be a huge deal. I think the rough estimate that's been approved is $13 million. So, and it's funded by the state, no county money.
And that's all I got.
Commissioner Moore?
I'd like to welcome everybody. We're glad you're here today to participate in our meeting, and we appreciate all the comments that we've heard from everyone concerning the various subjects. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Mendenhall?
Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, I'd like to take a couple of extra minutes today.
Sure, take as long as you want.
Thank y'all for being here. I appreciate it. I've always said at the beginning of my meetings, every meeting, that it makes me feel good to look out in the audience and people from the county coming up here, taking time out of their busy schedule. You could be doing many different things right now, but this is an important subject to, I would say, out of our audience here today, I don't see an empty chair. So I'd say 90% of you are here dealing with this topic of King Elementary. Might be 2 or 3 of you not. You don't have to raise your hand if you're not here for that. I do want to just say a couple of things because I'm not going to address the school issue during my comments. I mean, that will be addressed later on. I just want to say a couple of things to y'all. As I see most of the people in the audience, I know about 90% of you. Most of you know my background, 36 years in education. This is my 8th year as county commissioner. And it's been a good time for me because I like to serve Stokes County. Was raised here, grew up here, lived in the same location over on Flat Shoals Road all my life. I don't know if I should be embarrassed or ashamed to say I went to Carolina, the way we're playing right now. But graduated from Carolina in '78. That tells my age a little bit. I did want to say one thing, and I want to make sure everybody understands something. Most of you that know me knows my background, and after being principal at Sandy Ridge, Nancy Reynolds, and North Stokes, I became superintendent. I've had some health issues, and since 2008, I've had 2 massive heart attacks. I've had a hemorrhage of an ulcer that was very serious, and total left knee replacement last year before last that turned bad. So I've had a lot of health issues, but I love Stokes County. I love serving Stokes County. And I love being a part of the school system when I was there. So I have talked to my cardiologist. I have 2 cardiologists because I have a defibrillator in my chest also. So I'm walking around with an AED in my heart right here. That's to keep me from, if my heart stops, the electrical shock will start it back up. I have missed a meeting or 2, or I had to go virtual because I've had to do a lot of consultation with my cardiologist, and they felt like I needed to take a couple years off and get rid of some of the stress. I don't know if you know it, but some people think it's your physical activity or lack of physical activity or what you eat. But they say, my 2 cardiologists that I'm dealing with, my regular cardiologist and my electrical cardiologist, both say that stress is a killer on you. So they have advised me to not run this time for re-election. And that's why I did not file for re-election. However, they said in 2 years, if I can rest my heart and build it back up, that they felt very strongly that I would be able to run again in 2026. So that's my goal, is to get back to the position where I can run again in 2026. I just wanted to say, if you got last week's Stokes News, and the topic was Races Heat Up for County Commissioner School Board. Right underneath it, it said Commissioner Mendenhall won't run again. That's in bold print. Commissioner Mendenhall won't run again. Well, if I get to go ahead from my doctors, I will run again. And I don't know what office. There's several offices out here, not just county commissioner. But in 2026, if I can get a go from my cardiologist, I will run again. I had to call the publisher of the Stokes News, and this is this week's Stokes News, and they put a correction in there that they had made a mistake, because what they did was they said I would not be running again, and they did not call me, they did not interview me, they did not ask me if I would ever run again. Now, I don't know if the Stokes News has ESP or what, but when you don't ask somebody if they're ever going to run again, and you put it in the paper in print, that's a no-no. I want everybody in this room to know that I had to call the publisher and we had a serious talk, because this is the third time that they have either put something in the paper that was wrong or I have been misquoted. I had to go to my county manager the last time and Amber, am I correct or not? You had to go and get something that was misquoted by me, by the Stokes News, and get a correction, did I not?
Yes, sir.
And if that was the only time, I wouldn't make a big deal of it. I had talked to the publisher a time before that, and now this then that I won't ever run again. I just want to say this. I may never run again, but I might run again. And for them to put that in the paper, now they put a correction in this week's paper. They've corrected it, which is good. But I would appreciate it in the future if what is put in the paper, at least I'm asked if I'm going to run. I don't know how they know what I'm going to run if I don't know if I'm going to run. That's pretty hard to do. And, I have served with some of the people in this room. I've been the principal of some of the teachers in this room. I've been the superintendent of some of the people in this room. And I've worked all over the county. 17 years at Southeast. My last 17 years I was principal and superintendent. And a lot of y'all people have worked for me. Some of you have been on the Board of Education. Some of you were my bosses. But I just wanted to get that corrected, Mr. Chairman. I know their minds must be totally concentrating on this, and I heard every word y'all said. And I just wanted to, instead of concentrate on that right now because we just heard a lot of speakers. Everybody heard that. I wanted to get clarification on this. I did not file for re-election due to my health issues this time. However, in 2026, if things improve, we'll be running for public office in some capacity. And I just wanted y'all to know that. I didn't want y'all to think Mr. Mendenhall's hanging it up. He's an old man. I'm not old. Please believe that. I'm not old. Look around this room and teachers that I had work under me, central office staff, people that I've known online. So I'm going to stop right there. Just now, take last week's paper without reading the correct one.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry I took that long. I
okay.
just wanted to get that clarified.
Okay.
Thank
I
you.
don't blame you. Thank you. Commissioner Cox?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Chandler. I'm a little bit under the weather, so I hope my voice holds out. But I would just like to thank everybody for attending today and those watching online. I want to wish everybody a happy new year and have a safe and a happy new year. I'd also like to echo Commissioner Wood's congratulations to the South Stokes men's basketball team for winning the Frank Spencer, to Coach Clark for guiding and leading that team through that process. And that's just a huge accomplishment, especially for a 1A school to, kind of like a David and Goliath situation there. Once the 1A school took down these 4A schools, and that's just commendable for that team and for Coach Clark. And hopefully we can recognize them at a board meeting in the future and congratulate them in person. Sorry I couldn't be there in person today. My daughter and my son-in-law and grandkids moved to Florida recently, and we came down here to play Santa Claus and deliver all their presents. So we're here for a few more days. I did get a ton of the emails that I think Carrie Fowler handed out to you guys. I've read all the ones I got. I don't know that I got all of them because I don't think I got 500, and I think there was about 500 emails. So I will comment more on the grant when we get to it on the action agenda, but I do support the effort and do think that we need to allow the school board to apply because we don't know what the future holds and we don't know that the money will be available in the future. I also would like to comment on Mr. Whitaker's public comments about the Sports Hall of Fame for Stokes County. I think that's an excellent idea that I'd like to see us explore further and see what we can do to support that effort. I think it's a good idea, and those achievements should be recognized in that manner. So hopefully we can get that off the ground and be something good for our entire county. That's all I've got.
Thank you, Commissioner Cox. Just a couple comments from me. First of all, I get the highlights, the good stuff. It was really good to meet Senator Budd, and like Keith explained, he fit right into Stokes County. He's very down to earth, very practical, used a lot of common sense, and he showed an interest in our economic development. And for that, I thank him, and I thank the Mitchells too for trying to improve the efficiency, make it bigger to where they can increase their level of service to our farmers that bring their cattle and their livestock to them. And it's a well-run operation, the tour. Also want to say I'm all for the Hall of Fame. Keith, Whitaker, I'm all for that, and that's good stuff. And I know that Commissioner Mendenhall, has a lot of insight and a lot of firsthand experiences that can go along with that. So thank you for taking the time to come up here and share that. I think that is needed, And I think it's another unity of Stokes County. So again, thanks, and we'll work on that to get it for further discussion, and then, you know, get a committee and then get going on it. So with that being said, I kind of take offense at some people, and I'm not from here. I'm an outsider. No kids go here. Only been involved in politics for a couple years. Been in government my whole life. In big city, big county. A lot of experience, a lot of training, a lot of education. The biggest thing that I loved and my wife loved about Stokes County, it took us a year to find what we wanted. But when we finally find it in the northwest part of the county, overall the people are great. Even the ones that don't have a lot. They don't look down on nobody. They actually, honestly, when you listen to them, a lot of them make sense. They're real common sense people. So I know Commissioner Wood, he stays off Facebook. And he's so smart. Sometimes I get on Facebook. And it kind of ties in with the pastor talking about ethics. I'm used to, in policing, you can never please everybody. You go into a neighborhood when they're complaining because there's prostitution on the street, and you arrest the prostitutes, then you're going to get complaints from the people, the business people that are putting the prostitutes on the street, that we're harassing them, we're making up charges, we should be busy chasing down murderers. When you don't go into the neighborhood and police, people complain to say, you're on the take, you're lazy, or it's a minority neighborhood and you don't want to do anything because we don't have any money. We're poor. In politics, what I'm learning, first time Keith and I, it's our first year. I've met a lot of great people. And I don't belong to any one certain group. Sometimes I agree with Rick, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I agree with Keith, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I don't agree with Commissioner Mendenhall. And sometimes we can kind of get testy going back and forth. But I enjoy that kind of stuff because I'm all about being able to talk, and also I've learned to listen. But at the end of the day, if you just dismiss somebody because of preconceived notions, for example, if my disagreements with Commissioner Mendenhall, if I would take that and just extend it all the way across, I would never listen to him, or I would never respect his opinion. And you can't do that because he does have good opinions. Not all the time, but at times. And I'm going to point out in the last meeting that we had to where I gave Commissioner Mendenhall, he was on the phone, I don't know if he heard all of it, but I gave Commissioner Mendenhall props because he was the only one when we were going through the school closings, and then still owe like $900,000 for Lawsonville. So Commissioner Mendenhall was the only one. I didn't think about it. It's just not, that's not, I mean, I'm not from the school system. But he brought it up that says, well, do we know for sure that if they close Lawsonville School down, and since if that changed the dynamic of what that loan was taken out for, would that change the terms of the loan? And yes, it would. And it kind of goes to, in my opinion, there's a lot of rush that's going on. And what's really alarming to me, and it's not, I don't think it's helping anything, but everybody's got a right of free speech. And I'm used to being called anything and everything. And that was part of my job, and it's part of my job now. But when people get on this King Facebook thing of all the comments about, contact the commissioners and then they get on that Facebook page, and it's very disturbing because there's a city commissioner. I don't know, what do you call them? Council members? Mayor, you call it council members? So when you have a council member that is driving issues such as alleging that there are three people that were just recently elected on the board are probably corrupt, that there's something else going on because they want to close King Elementary School. Then they go back to 2018, I believe, where the Francisco School is sold to a private citizen here in Stokes County. And then he makes it look like, and he mentions Commissioner Morse, who is the county manager. He ties it into like that was a corrupt deal that Commissioner Morse did to help out Mark Black. But this is the surprising thing. So then what he does is he posts a news article that explained what happened in 2018. And I'm thinking to myself, you've got to be kidding me. In the article, if anyone would click on it and read it, it says who initiated that process, and that was our communities of Northwest Stokes County. They went to Mark Black and asked him to save that school. And it offends me that whether you like somebody personally or not, it offends me. And in the meantime, Mark Black and his wife, his family, donated over 15 acres of land right next to the school for a park. Something else that the community of North Stokes has been trying to do for the past, ever since the school's been closed. And the people of that community, some were Republicans, some were Democrats, some were affiliated, some don't even vote. And you know what? There's people that have lived there generation after generation, and guess what? There's a bunch of outsiders that have moved into that community too. But they want to help. So I'm used to being in a municipality, and I know the conflicts that can arise between counties and cities. From day one of my campaign, I said that I would represent all of Stokes County. I would also make sure that we all combined our resources together as one, because we are not a large county with a lot of resources. We give half of our property tax right off the bat to the Stokes County schools. Half. I wish I could say the only thing I had to worry about was the Stokes County schools. And I don't have just that luxury. I had no idea when I got elected to this position and I could sit down and start opening up doors and asking questions without being stonewalled or public requests not being returned to me and that I would file, what I was walking into. There are a lot of good employees here in Stokes County. There's a lot of good employees that have left Stokes County. But if we'll just stay and we'll go through my agenda that we're going to talk about as soon as I shut my mouth here in a few minutes, or after I give the manager an opportunity, you're going to see how behind Stokes County government has been. If I had half of the technology that the Stokes County school system has and the personnel that they have, I'd be sitting pretty. And I've been able to provide all the services that we have to provide. If we want to go down the road of threatening, and you can accuse all you want, I don't have anything to hide. But if you want to divide, we can divide. And I want to say one thing to King and to the mayor. I appreciate you providing an SRO to King Elementary in the city limits. I appreciate it. And of course, I guess it was because, but again, this is prior to me and Keith. The bad thing when you get elected, it's like anything over, when I used to take over a command or a bureau in the police department, it didn't take long before they forgot about the guy that you replaced and all the things and why he was replaced and all the bad things that went down. They want to try to tack it onto you all of a sudden as you're going through and trying to clean the mess up and move forward. That's what's happening right here. But I hope you understand that there's services that we also provide for your police department and provide for your city. We don't charge you a penny, and that's our 911 center. So it's not all one-sided. And just remember, I didn't run down this road. Other people ran down this road. I want to unite. And this once in a lifetime thing, I don't know how these other schools in the previous years got the grants then if it was a once in a lifetime thing. That's all I have. Thank you. Do you have anything?
Just a few short comments. I hope everyone had a Merry Christmas. Thank you for being here for whatever your reason may be. I want to say we appreciate all of our employees and the hard work they put in, but I want to give a special thank you to Lisa Joyce, Lisa Lankford, Gail Tucker, and Tracy Aaron from Payroll, HR, and Finance for putting in additional time over the Christmas holiday to make sure that payroll got completed and processed on time. They had to take some extra time from their holiday with family to do that, and I appreciate them taking the time and effort to do that to make sure that employees got paid and accurately at that. Also wanted to remind everybody that we have a New Year's holiday coming up, and Stokes County offices will be closed on Monday, January 1 for observance of New Year's. So I hope everybody has a happy New Year.
Thank you. Yes, I'm going to read something of interest right here that we read every meeting, and it should pick up some ears in here. This is regarding conflicts of interest. Before moving further, does any board member have a conflict with any items on the agenda for today, or one that could be perceived as a conflict of interest? Anybody?
Oh.
Commissioner Cox, did you hear that?
I have none.
Thank you. Next on the agenda item is the consent agenda. Could I get a motion to approve that?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next is the information agenda. And we have the introduction of our new Chief Animal Control Director, and our interim manager, Amber Brown, will recognize the new director.
Good afternoon. Just want to take a few minutes to introduce our new Chief Animal Control Director to everyone. His name is Charles Thomas Reeves. He goes by Tommy. He's already begun his work at the shelter and is working hard to make animal control a department that can be a positive reflection on the county. He served on the Animal Control Advisory Board and held a part-time position as a school resource officer at Poplar Springs Elementary School for our sheriff's office here in Stokes County since February. Mr. Reeves served 30 years with the Mount Airy Police Department and retired as a lieutenant there. He has a degree in criminal justice and an advanced law enforcement certificate. His many years of being a K-9 officer, narcotics officer, patrol sergeant, and lieutenant of patrol, among other roles, will contribute greatly in his leadership position here as well. And we are looking forward to having him on board and seeing what positive changes he will make to the department and to the animal shelter. So I just wanted to recognize him.
Anybody on the board want to ask any questions before he says anything?
No questions, just looking forward to working with you, Tommy. And anytime you need to give me a call, know my number.
Thank you, sir.
I'm glad you're here, and I welcome you to a character building experience.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner
I
Woods?
just hope he's got a 10-year contract.
Commissioner Cox?
Yeah, I'd just like to welcome him, and, I think it's a lot of interesting things that he was going to find, and hopefully, I think he'll do a good job for us, and hopefully we can move forward in a positive direction.
I welcome aboard, and if you would like to make a quick comment, we would.
I'd just like to thank Ms. Brown for the opportunity to serve the citizens of Stokes County, and I've met the people that work at the animal shelter. They're a great group of people. I look forward to working for them. They don't work for me, I work for them, and to make it easier for them to do their job, and I'll take control of it and run it, and let them go do their job and serve the citizens of the county, and that's what we're looking forward to doing. So I'd like to thank Ms. Brown for the opportunity.
Thank you. Next on the information agenda is an IT department update. IT Director Ken Farmer will present some updates about the IT department.
Good afternoon. So last time, I'm going to try and make this quick. Since last time we met, we've hired Lee Edwards, Mike Shaper. They've been in for a few months with us. Lee had some experience contracting here before. That's going fantastic. They're doing a great job. We're definitely getting a lot of stuff done. We helped with the Paylocity and the completion of that. HR Finance did a wonderful job with that. We're close to ordering the ASA. I know Glenn had been working on this. We're going to end up ordering actually 2 of them, so they'll be redundant with failover. Fat pipe's already been ordered, so Glenn had also been looking into that. We're going to be able to bump up our speed to 1 gig, so we're going to be upgrading it in addition to getting a new one. We decided to stay with CenturyLink. I know Glenn was talking about dropping CenturyLink. They had lifted their prices, and then they dropped them. I'm not. We still haven't gotten a full explanation on that, but we decided to hold off on that anyway because all of our IP addresses are associated with that. And right now we're in the middle of a lot of stuff to be switching all the IP addresses over to Spectrum or another provider. We're still evaluating help desk software where we can track requests and get statistics and things like that. Right now we're averaging around 50 calls a day that we're dealing with. Sometimes it can be over. And most of the help desk software I'm looking at also includes asset management. That's something I'm really looking into, is trying to just get a better grasp on assets and be able to have a running list that is up to date by the minute. We're also getting a new quote on the camera system at the courthouse, at the government center. I know y'all had talked with the clerk of court about that, and Glenn was also in the middle of that. So we're getting them to come out and do a new quote because the availability of funds had changed because of the windows. They were not going to put in all the windows. Working on an IT policies and procedures manual. Start out simple and just start building. We're also working on a security policy and a cybersecurity response policy. We're going to rewrite the acceptable use policy. So we've signed the Southern contract. We ordered the servers before we left for the Christmas holiday. They'll be in January 9th. We'll be working on them. One of them will be clustered here for high availability to CAD. And we don't expect that to take but so long, maybe a week to build those servers, so we'll be ready for the Southern software to get that moving forward. Any questions?
Any questions, Commissioner?
How's our security, you feel?
At the moment, it's good. We haven't made many changes. One of the things we've applied is allowing people to make use Teams and Zoom at their own desks.
Wow, we can use Teams and Zoom.
Right. Can. Other than that,
are we still testing employees with PISH? And what happens when they fail?
They'll have to do a 15-minute class, and it'll keep emailing them until they complete it. Then it goes to 30 minutes, then 45 minutes, and then their supervisor is notified that they're clicking on too many phishing attacks. But it's keeping everyone on their toes.
Yes.
And it's working. It really works. I'm shocked at how well it works. We get a lot of calls a day or emails. I'm not sure whether I should click on this or not. And everyone's doing a fantastic job with it.
I can give you some examples they're using on me at my company I work for. You got to really be on your toes.
You do, and they're staying on it. They come in banks, and people have accounts with different banks, and it looks like someone's messing with your cash. Of course, people react. We've had very few people click on it.
Yes.
I'm kind of proud.
Great.
It's worked very well. It's a good purchase.
Good job.
Commissioner Cox?
I don't have any questions. Thank you for the update.
Thanks for the update.
Sir.
I know that, we were in horrible shape, not because of the employees, but because of the lack of money and of lack of the will to push our technology forward. But keep up the good work.
Thank you.
I had a comment.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Hey, one thing, Ken, I was in a board meeting the other day with a county manager from another county, and their system was attacked by the Russians recently. And they had that cyber attack, when they had that, I forget what that reaction team is. I think it's made up of NCACC and some other folks. I think we just really need to stay on top of that. That kind of stuff is happening.
Right.
So if something we need to do to make sure that we're ready for those kind of things, just let us know.
I will. I'm also in those groups, and getting the flow of threats, and so I will.
Okay.
Coming up, so the budget, as y'all know, the new budget year is coming up. So there'll be some stuff added to that and explained in detail why we'll need it.
The other question I have is, if you got enough staff that you can send people out for outside training, like continuing education, stay updated on things at this point, or is that in your plan?
We can do that because all three of us capable of dealing with anything that happens. So if we're one down, like we are today, tomorrow, we can deal with things one man down. So we do have the capability. We can function with one man down.
I would just put something in the budget to do some training.
We'll do it. I will do it.
Spare the people to do it.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have.
Appreciate it.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, next we'll move to the discussion agenda. First up is tax office agenda. Tax Administrator Richard Bram will present. Come on up, Richard.
Big crowds make me nervous, so bear with me. Try to be brief. Just like always, First item is our monthly collection status report. Pleased to announce we've collected over $16.5 million, about 62% of the way to meeting budget goals, and probably by the end of next week we'll be really close to meeting that when Duke Energy sends that $6.2 million check in for all the districts that they cover. Next item is the real and personal releases less than 100. We have 8 accounts that total $350.14. Real and personal refunds less than 100. We have one that account that totals $18.55. Releases more than 100. 6 accounts that total $5,057.57. And the last category is refunds more than 100. There's 2 accounts that total $344.63. We have one late application for elderly exemption, and then the next item take me just a few minutes to go over. It is an update on the 2025 reappraisal. This is the final segment, the 5th segment, talking about all aspects of a reappraisal. First item we'll talk about is sales ratio. We talk about sales ratio. It's probably the most used statistic that we use to gauge where we are and what our assessment level is for real property. Sales ratio is simply defined by the ratio between the assessed value and the selling price of a piece of property, simply calculated by sales ratio equals assessed value divided by sales price. If you look in the chart below, I broke it down into 2 categories. You've got improved sales and vacant sales. And the reason I did that because there is a little bit of difference in the 2. If you look at our sales ratio for improved property at the end of 2021, we were at 87.55. Advance ahead a year to 2022, we've fallen to 75.91. To date for 2023, lagging a couple weeks for processing, we're at 64.6. So in January of 2021, we reevaluated all the property in the county on the real estate side. If you had a property that we reevaluated at $193,800 was a tax value. If they made no improvements to that property, at the end of 2021, that property would have sold for $221,400. At the end of 2022, that property would sell for $255,300. And to date, that property would sell for $300,000. So our properties continue to increase. If you go down below that, I won't take all the time to read the numbers on vacant. It's not quite as much increase going to be on vacant property, but it is still pretty substantial. And it just shows that the properties in the county are continue to go up in value. If we give the most weight to the most recent sales, if things continue to progress like they are and the market doesn't take a downward dip in 2024, Stokes County will see significant, probably historical increases in valuation. Key factors that's driving the market: supply. Currently the amount of properties available in the county is low. And coupled with that is demand. Demand's high. Limited supply, it's a perfect recipe for increased property values. And the last factor is the region. Did a little research, and North Carolina ranks 3rd in the country in states in growth. Stokes County, proximity to major cities such as Winston-Salem, Greensboro, and Kernersville, I think makes Stokes County a desirable place to live. And also the Winston-Salem Northern Beltway project has really probably made the southern part of the county a lot more desirable. If you look at the market area sales information, we have about 31,000 parcels made up of 415 neighborhoods. We've had to date a little over 2,400 sales. We're on pace to have over 3,000 sales, close to 10%. So we should be able to get a good valuation come January 1, 2025. Market areas can be established by specific neighborhoods, property types, geographic location, and boundaries. Valuation increases may vary considerably based on key factors such as location, property type, condition, quality of construction, etc. The revaluation team is prepared to answer all taxpayer questions. One way we found success is our sales maps. We're fortunate to have a good mapping department, and they've created a sales map that you'll see in your packet there. And we're going to use that visual aid to show folks when they come in. We're going to pull up their area. We'll be able to show them what sold, when it sold, how much it sold for. We've also created this time a database. Our staff's created a database for the majority of the improved sales. We've got pictures off the internet of those houses, what they look like, and this will be a good tool to help reinforce our value and to show folks that we're up to date and we know what we're talking about when they have questions. The last thing is the appeal process. Plan on mailing our notices in early February 2025. We know we're going to get a lot of phone calls, but I don't really see us getting a lot of appeals because I think we'll be able to talk to the taxpayers, and we live in an era now where everybody's aware of what's going on. They're up to date, and I have learned working here that if folks keep up with things, and if you explain your position and can tell them why you did what you did and back it up with facts, they'll accept it. So I don't foresee this board having a lot of appeals brought to them through the Board of E&R, but we'll have to wait and see on that. But if we can't satisfy them, then the Board of E&R, which in Stokes County is the Board of County Commissioners, can hear them. Then if they're not satisfied with what this board does, then they have the right to go to the Property Tax Commission in Raleigh. So hopefully it won't come to that. I think that's all I have. We're looking forward to probably going out for our first quarter, talking to different groups, civic groups, making them aware of what's going on, where we are, doing some presentations. Last week, or week before last, I think Paula Hall from King Senior Services reached out to us and wants us to come to King, probably in late January, early February. And then she asked if we could also probably go to Sandy Ridge and Lawsonville, and I told her sure, just give us some dates. So once we get those dates, we'll make them aware, make everybody aware, and hopefully we can get some folks to come out and listen to our presentation. And then the last item I have is Manager Brown asked me to put something together on what revenue generated by 1 cent of sales tax. So I've done that, and based on the 23-24 fiscal year, that amount is $482,179. I have included the previous 3 years just for reference for the board, and then I'm anticipating, based on some growth and things of what we're going to grow this year on real property side, next year, 24-25, that'll probably be around $500,000, what one cent will bring to the county. So I have handouts for that, and I can also email that to each member. And that's all I have, other than I would like to move. She hung up on me.
Hey, Rachel.
But the only thing I have is I'd like to move the real and personal releases and refunds more than 100 and the elderly exemption to the January 8th consent agenda.
Anybody have any questions, comments for Richard?
Good job.
Done. Good job, Richard.
Good job as always. I know the reevaluation coming up is going to be a big thing, and I have all the confidence in the world in y'all's support. Thank you, Rick.
Thank you.
Thank you. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Next up on the discussion agenda is the Westfield Volunteer Fire Department contract amendment, and Deputy Chief Matt Martin will present the request. Just wait 1 second, we're going to try to get her back. Commissioner Cox, we're done with Richard and, and Deputy Chief Matt Martin from Westfield Fire is here. It's reference a contract amendment.
Okay.
You're on.
All right. Good afternoon, and thank you for the time. This is just a. Just go with it. Okay. Westfield Fire Department and Rescue Squad came to Manager Amber a few weeks ago with a request to amend our contract for service. The request is to make a verbiage change from fire protection and first response services to fire protection and rescue squad services. Just a little bit of history. Westfield started providing fire protection to Stokes County in 1963. At that time, they went from Westfield proper, if you will, if there is a thing, all the way down to the Dan River, met Pinnacle, and then as other fire departments came along, the territory got smaller. In 1985, we started providing medical service to Stokes County, and then 2 years ago, we become a certified rescue squad at the light rescue level. Here in about 4 months, we'll be at the medium rescue level, which is about appropriate for a community, of rural farmland in the northwest part of the county. The main reason for the change in this is not necessarily for the services that we're providing our citizens, but it's the lack of services that we're being able to provide on an automatic aid situation. Right now, with how the emergency response system is set up in Stokes County, only folks that are considered rescue squads can be put in the automatic aid or mutual aid system unless it's requested from the responding fire department or what have you. With things that have come up in the northwest part of the county and western part of the county over the past 30, 45 days, it's really brought to light to us that me personally living in the Brown Mountain community, having a lot of family that's impacted by some changes, that we needed to readdress this. And like I said, the big issue is the response time on automatic or assistance calls. Part of the emergency response system is when a primary department is dispatched, we're all volunteer. If they're unable to respond to that call due to being on another emergency or just don't have the staffing that day, our system in place sends the next rescue squad. Well, since Westfield right now is not considered a rescue squad by contract, even though our state charter says we are, our contracts with Surrey County says we operate as such, since in Stokes County ours doesn't operate as such, has brought some alarming response distances, response times. They range anywhere from the department being dispatched being 1 mile farther away than we are, all the way up to the one that really hits home is 10 miles difference. And I don't know, I'm sure everybody here can imagine what 10 miles of drive time in northwest Stokes County is like. That's some time. And if you or your family members there needing CPR or upside down in the river or what have you, that's a long time. And so we're just requesting this to help streamline the emergency response process, to say, hey, we're here to offer these services. I've brought our certifications from the State Rescue Association that says we are who we say we are, and wanted to open up to any questions. Amber, myself, the fire marshal, the EMS director had a meeting. We left that meeting all on the same page, and even I don't want to speak for the EMS director since he's not here, or the medical director, Dr. Nelson, but out of all those four, everybody was on board with this needs to take place.
You can just stand by there 1 second. I just want to get your recommendation of what you recommend move forward, and also any other documentation that you may have that validates the request.
I wanted to first pass this on you.
If you mind taking the first two and pass
the rest down, because there's a map included. Dr. Nelson did send his letter of support, but he didn't do it until a few days ago after the agenda had already been put out. So Dr. Nelson did show his support for this change as well, which I will upload to the agenda for everybody to see.
once the meeting is completed, so everybody can see that. But yeah, I'm in support of it as well. I think our EMS director and the medical director said, the closest person needs to respond medically. And that makes sense to me if it comes down to saving a life. So I'm in support of this. I know there's other things that follow. I know some of the things have been talked about renewing contracts, but this is just a contract amendment, so it's not another change or exception for Westfield. They'll still have to go through there. When they redo the contract in the summer, when we talk about doing all of the fire departments, they'll have to do theirs as well. This is just an amendment. And I believe they've talked to Francisco as well already, and I'm sure we'll follow in this change. So yeah, I'm in agreement.
Mr. Mendenhall, you have any questions, comments?
Questions? I think this is certainly a good thing. Knowing the Brown Mountain community like I do, when I was at Nancy Reynolds, what he stated about the drive time at 10 miles is very accurate. So I'm supporting this 100% to go to the rescue squad.
Thank you. Mr. Morris?
I'm supported as well, and my only question is, should we do action on it today?
I believe we should.
I do too.
Let's do it.
I will note on the agenda, I did say that the only change was in the first paragraph. That wording, those 2 or 3 words, needs to be changed in paragraph 3 as well. It's the same change, just it mirrors it in paragraph 3 as well.
I concur. Thank you for coming today. And I guess the easiest thing to remember is it's just the closest unit dispatch. And then Dr. Nelson, he holds all the licenses, and we're under his guidance and care when we respond in Stokes County. So I appreciate him taking the time to write that letter of support. And we'll get action tonight, and then we'll get it to our attorneys to make all the good stuff. Okay.
Outstanding. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Next up is Stokes County Public Health Plan. This Board of Health Chair Chad Jarvis will present. Come on up, Chad.
Okay, we're going to move this forward for you guys as quickly as possible, but get you all the information. So first, we appreciate the opportunity to present this overview for you today. We've discussed some of this before in the past. Today, we made it a little bit simpler.
We're up to the public health. Chad Jarvis just started to present. Sonia.
Okay.
Go ahead.
That's fine, whatever. You guys do have this in your packet?
Yes.
So we'll move ahead. Okay. All right, so with that being said, this is a coordinated use of opioid settlement funds. The question that probably really should be asked is why the Board of Health is involving themselves. We have a statutory obligation. It's a public health issue. It's very simple. We already are doing a lot of these actions currently in the department. So you'll see the baseline goals is to take and start to address and abate the opioid crisis that we have in our county. That requires a partnership. We have to all work together. We have the public health department. We have the Board of Health, which is completely supportive of this, including our last meeting where this came about, which is just a PowerPoint. It involves you as the county commissioners because you have to support this action and the use of those opioid settlement funds to make sure that they're spent correctly. Substance Use Treatment Committee, all those actions that they've come up with, all the work that's been done over 2 years doesn't go away. In fact, the committee, I don't think in my mindset, doesn't go away. They're still absolutely essential to this. Emergency services, in discussions with Brandon Gentry, they're completely on board. He's made statements in the past that he agrees this should be a public health issue and put under the health department, under Director Martin. Stokes County Jail, some good news. Inroads have been made. I won't use the word jail, we'll use incarcerated subjects. Will be receiving treatment if they're already on Suboxone, and in the coming months, we'll be able to start Suboxone treatment for those who want it, who are currently incarcerated. And that would include at that point the use of counseling services so that we can go ahead and move forward with a licensed clinical social worker, and the post-release components where they would have to follow back up with Dr. Vu if they're on Suboxone or MAT, along with a post-release coordination so that we address healthcare, housing, all those other issues before they get out. Where are you going? So that we don't end up with them back in our jail. Okay? The biggest thing is transparency and accountability. With that, we have that in our department already. We already are used to that concept. This is an evidence-based approach using science. It has to be. It's required by the state. It promotes the overall public health mission, which is to promote health and safe living, prevent disease, care for the sick, protect the environment, and provide essential services to meet community needs. 12 components of MOA Option A strategy, which was chosen by the commissioners: the collaborative strategic planning, evidence-based addiction treatment, the addition of recovery support services. One of our hurdles, we do have some recovery support housing available to us, either in county and out of county, and other options to even send them further away, even as far away as some are being referred to Wilmington and other treatment centers in Asheville, Morganton, and other areas. Employment-related services, the issue with early intervention that involves younger age children's involvement that we'll have to involve with the school system eventually. Narcan distribution, which is already taking place. Post-overdose response team, we already have a semblance of that. With the coordinator, we'll be able to bring that more into a tighter form. It says syringe services. That's component 9. That's the verbiage of the state. It really comes down to harm reduction. Harm reduction isn't just about exchanging dirty syringes to decrease hepatitis C and other communicable disease spreads. It includes, we have youth syphilis issue. That includes contraceptive components. That includes wound care, all the other components that are done by the Burgess Foundation, who currently is qualified to provide those services and does so in Stokes County. Criminal justice diversion programs, I know the courts have discussed this, and we will work with them to see where they're at in this process for Stokes County. And addiction treatment for the incarcerated persons we just talked about, and then reentry, because there will be some people that relapse. Hopefully, if we do this correctly, we won't see a great deal of them. Some programs have been very successful that we would like to model. So, obviously, I've spoken about the cart and the horse before. You're advertising for the horse currently, so that's already taking place. That's to fill a substance use mental health coordinator. It's up to you to decide where you're going to place it. We've got the cart, and we have a path. We just need you to give us the horse. The community paramedic, that's already being advertised, and once that's in place and the rest of the protocols are in place, we'll be able to do the EMS MAT bridge program. I assume the commissioners are familiar with that, where somebody overdoses, essentially at that moment they can be asked, and they meet certain criteria. Community paramedic follows up with them, starts them on Suboxone. Within 72 hours, they're in public health being treated by a physician. So, and then hopefully our counseling services will follow as well. Peer support, we've talked about that in the past. There's a lot of opportunities, a lot of ways of going about obtaining peer support. And then, of course, our inmate component and the dependency issues, that is already in progress. So, with this whole coordination component, it gives us a central point of contact. It's literally the pivot person. Who knows what resources are where? Who goes to the steering committee and brings all those resources together, and then also includes the law enforcement side, the EMS side, the pastoral side. We have 300 churches. So all those things, the coordinator is the key component. Just, you have to decide where you want to put it. So that person will implement all 12 strategies of Plan A. I think we already know why this is needed. We already have a lot of clients seeking treatment in public health through October Roads, and some through Daymark out of county as well. The reason why we wanted to go with a licensed clinical social worker rather than a licensed clinical addiction treatment specialist is that LCAS is billable for mental health. They can bill those hours, those recoverable money to the county, and they can see other patients just besides those with addiction issues. The other issue is that it does come down to barriers of social determinations of health. People have basic needs. And with this, we can actually start filling some of those needs and get these people literally to stop breaking into houses, stealing stuff, ending up in jail, or ending up overdosed in the hospital, which costs even more money. That's the bottom line. So, we've talked about this again in the November meeting. We all know why the role's needed. The 3 community paramedics. Brandon Gentry's already got a plan for those to provide hours of service beyond what they do now from the last discussion I had with him. Peer support, we all know that there's 50 times greater likelihood that they will accept and be successful in care if they have peer support. That's a key component. Medication-assisted addiction therapy services, that's proven, that's the science. That's why we've gone this route. And our challenges, again, we know that housing opportunities are limited currently in Stokes County, and we've discussed many different options. We think out of the box, okay? Then beyond that is just making sure we get the right coordinator. So, we all know our resources. I'm trying to move through this because we've discussed it many times. Now, common sense approach. We have the path, we have the cart. Let's decide where you're gonna put the horse. And I know this is on, I'm not sure if you're on consent, discussion, or where you're at.
On discussion.
Discussion. We're ready. You already have an advertised position. Are we gonna wait another month before you vote on it, or what do you wanna do? Do you wanna move this to action?
Well, if I could, normally I'd go around and I talk last, but just throw this out there. I know Commissioner Cox and we've got like 2 different points of where it wants to go. And she's in Florida right now, and I would like for her to be back here in person instead of doing it over the telephone. I mean, do I have any support for that on the rest of the board? Just to delay, we'll delay it to the next meeting.
That's entirely up to you guys. I mean, obviously.
Yeah, I'm asking.
It'll be January that is correct.
Right.
I'm good with that, but I know where I want it already, so.
Yeah, I understand, but I want to make sure that.
I don't mind.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that she's hearing everything correctly. She's had an opportunity to study because the request that she'd made
I
last
understand.
meeting, and I want to make sure that she gets her full shot. Commissioner Wood, are you okay with just?
Sure. I mean, we gave him a chance to get everything together, so
Yeah, no, that's well.
let's be fair.
I've been saying the last meeting. in
Commissioner
December-
Cox, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I would appreciate you doing that, because not only is it my input and my opinion, but I feel like it was the opinion of the whole committee that has been studying this issue that it be a standalone department and not placed under the health department. So it's not just me saying that. I'm conveying what the committee seems to the direction that they were wanting to go. And I think that, I would appreciate being there in person because it was sort of hard to hear some of what Chad was saying in the beginning, but I think it's my fault here where I'm at. But I just had a couple questions about a public health plan. As I was looking at this, it seems this part of the public health plan is related to opioid settlement funds. But will there be a further expansion of a public health plan that may impact our budget planning? This is all looking at opioid settlement funds, which right now, we have plenty of in that account. We haven't spent any of it yet. So, is there going to be an overarching health plan that may address other health concerns in our county?
We do have, obviously, a current overarching health plan. that's been moving forward. And part of that goes back to using the grant funds to kickstart having a board certified family physician in practice who now is seeing enough patient revenue to sustain her. And who knows where that'll go with even, we have 2 providers now. What will the future be, but is self-sustaining in that aspect. This specifically is about opioid settlement money. It does not come out of any other monies from the county. It is strictly from that account. And discussions with Director Martin and just looking at what other agencies, other public health entities have done, this has not impacted the general fund from the county. So, of course, we will have a budget request as a department, as a board, for this coming year, but this is not the same. These are two separate issues with 2 separate funding streams. Does that answer, Commissioner Cox?
Yeah, thank you for that.
And I didn't mean to put you on the spot with that. We have a board meeting on the 16th of January, and I like to provide them updates in between as well, so that helps. And I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Discussion again or action for next meeting?
Discussion.
Discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, right. All right, next up is the county manager job description, and I'm going to present, but if I can bring up our new HR director, Jamie.
Hello.
So a little bit of background, as you know, we've been without a job description for our county manager for a long time. And it's taken us almost a year to get one compiled. HR put one out, about 2 weeks ago, the email, all the commissioners. Has everybody had a chance to read that? Does anybody have any questions or comments of Jamie?
I got a couple, yeah. Jamie did, I don't know if I missed it, it says she's the budget officer, or the manager will be the budget officer. Does it say personnel officer in there somewhere too?
It does not.
I think it probably should.
Okay.
She's both, our manager position should be for both personnel officer and budget officer. The other thing I had, we've got desirable education down at the bottom. We don't have any required. And I guess my question was, do we at least want to require a 4-year degree? Or everything on here is desirable. It doesn't say, you could basically say, subjectively say the combination or whatever equals that. But
Was the master's degree under the desirable, or was that under? I thought I read it that the master's degree
is under desirable
It's
education
under desirable.
experience.
Pardon me.
It's under desirable.
Yeah, right here. Yeah, right there it is.
I thought it was under.
It says master's degree in business, public administration.
Okay, yeah.
Right.
It doesn't have anywhere that says there's a required.
Yeah, I think we have to have that. So I guess go through it if there's anything
Well,
else.
that's I guess it would be a 4-year degree in public administration or business or related fields.
Okay.
Like Amber, I mean.
Personally, I also think it needs to be at least a bachelor's degree.
Yeah.
I mean, typically it is required at least a 4-year degree in political science, public administration, or business administration.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
And then I think that
That's all I have. I like the rest of it.
I think though that maybe preferred would be for a master's.
Okay.
Mhm.
Right.
Yep.
Required
Right.
bachelor's.
Right.
preferred or desirable masters.
Right.
And lots of common sense.
Well, I had one other question too. When I was county manager, I was the public information officer. Do we want to have our manager be the PIO for the county? Which means that basically they approve all public information, press conferences, things that information is provided to the press, that sort of thing. I kind of think it's a good idea.
I think so too. Somebody has to filter it to make sure. You don't have the luxury of having a permanent PIO. Y'all are good with putting that in, PIO.
Yeah, I'm good.
I don't have anything else.
Commissioner Cox, you have anything?
Yeah, I had a question about, you said something about the manager preparing the agenda, and I'm just wondering if there's a clerk position and a assistant county manager and a county role, if the county manager would still prepare the agenda, or if the clerk assistant county manager would do that.
Used to, the clerk did it when it was separate job by itself.
I feel like once this job gets posted and then we agree to post the assistant county manager or clerk to the board, however y'all do it, we need to revisit all of those job descriptions and then determine what needs to go in which too.
We discussed the idea, Mr. Chairman, though, of hiring. I know we have Darlene right now helping out. Have we actually discussed and approved hiring permanent assistant county manager clerk?
When we were in the budget process earlier, that was mentioned.
It was mentioned, but
we
we
never.
never finalized that.
Yeah, we never had the funding. Is
Right.
what we got.
That's the key.
We got derailed
Yes, sir.
focusing on how much money we're going to pull out of our reserve fund again.
So if we don't really have a permanent assistant county manager clerk,
Right.
our county manager is going to have to be the public information.
Exactly. Can you get that those items plugged in, suggestions, and then give it back out to us again so we can reread it to make sure that
Yes, sir.
everything is in there and that we're good to go. It's very important that we get it right because we're going to be advertising for a county manager position, and we're going to post it outside and inside. But for the first time in probably 13, 14 years, we've actually advertised for a county manager in Stokes County. So we need to make sure that the qualifications that we're looking for are right, and we're good with that because we need to attract the right internal candidate or the right external candidate that we can get.
Brad, I wanted to just, I know you weren't around when we did that, but we did advertise internally and externally for the county manager's position when we hired Shannon.
No, we
And
didn't.
we did do interviews for that.
No, we didn't, Sonia.
I came and spoke on that in the public hearing, and because there was no
We did have
advertisement.
interviews. We interviewed the one from Patrick County.
That's assistant county manager.
Okay, all right.
I'll have HR look into that. Jamie, can you?
I did. I went back and pulled all of the job postings from 2020 to 2023, and the only posting that was posted for admin was for assistant county manager.
All right, I stand corrected.
Any more comments, questions?
We're gonna have this on action next meeting, is that what you want to do?
I think a
You
couple.
can get it out to us ahead of time so we can look over it. I think we can put it on action.
Right. Okay. Are you good with that, Commissioner Cox? putting it on action the next time, but Jamie will get the corrections out in time for all of us to read it and to make sure that we're good with it, or we need more corrections.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Jamie, unless you got any good news to give us.
Good news is we went live with Paylocity today, and not too many hiccups. So let's hope it stays that way.
Hey. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
y'all's hard work in the county. Appreciate it. Okay, next up is planning and zoning growth stats, and Planning Director Eric Nance will present.
All right, Commissioners, I actually have a handout for them. What it shows is the Stokes County townships. Whenever I was asked to kind of break down the areas of growth, I broke it down in townships, and just in kind of an elementary way, just showed the stats that I came up with, and I have those to hand out. All right. So this year in 2023, we did 1,118 permits altogether. We took in a revenue of $284,180.79, which in 2022 we had taken in $236,873.74, which is a difference of $47,307.05 roughly. And I attribute that to our increase in our fees. It's certainly not a huge amount, but it is substantial. I believe we're earning our keep there. But looking at the new dwellings per township, I was kind of surprised, to be honest with you. Looking at the numbers that I got, and of course the numbers came from the amount of dwellings that were being built, whether it be single-family dwellings, stick-built, single-wides, double-wides, all together. And what I found was in the Yadkin Township, we actually experienced the most growth this year with 42 new dwellings in the township. That was the most we had was in the Yadkin area, which would be, of course, in the King direction and the Pinnacle direction, that area. The second one was the Meadows area, coming in with 27 new dwellings. And then, of course, you can see so on down the line. And trying to think of why that may be, the only thing I can think of is the infrastructure is one thing. I feel like the sewer and that type of thing being in the Meadows area. And, of course, all of our infrastructure in the area headed towards King is in place as well. So those are our two major growth areas. And again, I got those from our numbers showing exactly how many houses we had go in this year, and the numbers spoke for themselves as far as that's concerned. We actually had in accessory mobile homes, we had 5 double-wide mobile homes. We did 31 single-wide mobile homes. We had 27, 6 modulars. And then, of course, single-family dwellings, which are stick-built, came in at 83. So 83 total for the year. And looking at our numbers as well, our mechanical permits seem to be a pretty hot number as well. And, of course, again, all those were generated from all of our permits that we took in, reflecting on our program that we have currently. We currently hired 2 new individuals. We hired a new office manager and Julie Potter, and we'd like to welcome her, as well as Kathy Landreth as our permit tech. They're fitting in well, doing a great job. And we're just very happy to have those people with us. And I think we're finally getting to the end of our purchase on our software. It was my understanding probably within this week or pretty close, we would have a decision as far as to go ahead with that, to be able to purchase. And of course, we're looking forward to that, to be able to make our services better for our community and for the people in the county, of course. With that, do you have any questions?
Anything?
I would just, since the audience, I don't think you have seen this, I'll just read the numbers real quick for everybody. It's 42, there are 42 in the Yadkin Township, 15 in Quaker Gap, 13 in Big Creek, 10 in Peters Creek, 2 in Danbury, 27 in Meadows, 12 in Saratown, 20 in Beaver Island, and 7 in the Snow Creek Township, which is a large number of permits across the whole county, actually, when you look at it as a whole. So.
Absolutely.
Anyway, that's all I have.
Mr. Wood?
I'm good.
Commissioner Cox?
That's a good report. Thank you for that information. And I'm just going to ask Amber to hold all those handouts for me till next time.
Thank you,
Thank
Commissioner.
you.
The only question that I have is, do y'all have any coordination with the city of King with the inspections and the building permits?
Yes, we do. From time to time, Mr. Zamani's asked, because he has level 3 on all of his inspections, to be able to do some of the commercial items and things that their inspectors cannot. It hasn't seemed to be any kind of an issue as far as time-wise, and as far as doing inspections in and of Stokes County. Have not seen a problem with that. So yeah, we like our relationship with the city of King, and of course we love to continue that, because I believe we're better together. I believe we can grow better, and cooperation like that I think is a good thing.
But the numbers in Yadkin Township 42, that's just out in the county. That doesn't include the city limits of King.
That would be correct, yeah.
So if you could do me a favor, and if you can contact or the manager to contact the city manager in King, those would be good stats to have too, what the developments are going on in King.
Absolutely.
That's all I have. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, next up is the design build contractor renovations Main Street, and this is the purchasing project manager Glenda Pruitt will present, and I think Eddie McGee will be right beside her.
He is. I brought a little backup.
Both of you.
In your agenda packets, you've seen our memo in regards to the design build that we had sent out for and received 5 proposals back in November. It took Eddie and I some time to review those because they're very detailed, and we wanted to make sure that we were able to give everyone a fair chance and went over every one of them. They were all qualified. They all submitted great proposals, but we would like to recommend Gorenko as our choice for this project. One of the reasons is they've worked with us on a few other projects, and the other team members that were involved are people that we worked with also. And then Gorenko has also did our first phase with the Arts Place. So they're familiar with the building, the historical portion that has to be done. So we feel this will be a great fit for this project. So we're just here to ask for your approval to go with that contract and answer any questions you all have.
Mr. Mendenhall, anything?
I know that we've gone with Gorenko several times. I guess my question would be, do you have the money amount?
Well, with the design build, they all know that our budget is 1.3 million. So that's pretty much what they all based it upon. Yes, with that knowledge.
That's how much we have.
Yeah, I don't share that knowledge, but I tell them all where they can find it, and I also helped several of them to navigate where to find that at on the financing side. I don't ever like to show all of our cards.
Just so each one.
Yes, they all have that same number. That's correct.
So, Mr. Chairman.
I'm good with Granco recommendation.
Woods?
Just for record, there were no Stokes County contractors that did it.
No.
So
No, there were some, like with all of them, that they had Stokes County ties, but none of them are based in Stokes County. You are correct.
I'm just doing that.
Yeah. No, you're fine. That's correct. Yes.
Commissioner Cox?
Granco's a good company.
I don't have any questions.
I don't have any questions. I respect your opinion, and I don't see any reason to change it. Do we need to move it to action tonight, or can it wait?
That's up to you all. You can wait till the next meeting, or we can do it at this one, whatever's more convenient for you all. We can be talking with Granco and letting them know kind of what's going on in our other contractors. We definitely want to keep all 5 that submitted proposals on our vendor list, because we do have other projects that's coming up.
I recommend we move it
I
to
say
action
we
and
go
get
ahead
them
and
locked
move it
in.
to action today.
Yeah. Okay. Commissioner Cox, you good with that? Move to action today?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Can I just add one? So this design build process, this was brand new for the county. We've never undertaken this before. And that's why I want to thank Glenda, because we had to create the application for this. Before, it's always been RFPs, and this was RFQs, and that's because there was a $1.3 million budget, and we wanted the best team to do this. So, thank you for allowing us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When's it get done, Eddie?
Sir,
When's it finish?
let's hope 2024.
That's right.
That's the plan.
Next up is the organizational chart for Stokes County, and I'll present. This will be quick. This is one of the things that when we first come on board in reviewing all the county jobs and the missions, that it was very obvious, it was apparent that there was no organizational chart, no organizational structure. The county government itself is complex, especially due to different type of requirements by the state for certain departments. So we felt it was important to get it done. And has anybody had an opportunity to look at the organizational chart that we had originally said it was going to be okay? The only one thing that and we intentionally did it this way. I know Shannon was here, was the manager when we were doing this, is that previously the Economic Development Director reported directly to the Board of Commissioners. And we had the opinion, the decision to move the Economic Development Director back under the county manager. So other than that, it was pretty much just a straight cut and paste of what the actual departments are. Does anybody have any questions? Commissioner Wood, I'll start with you.
Looks good to me.
Commissioner Morris?
Yeah, this chart accurately reflects the county in a good way, I think, and an easy way to understand. I had a question recently from a citizen that would like to be able to email anybody that works in the county, to be able to look and see what their email address is for all employees, which is not an unreasonable request, I don't think. So that, I was wondering if we can take this chart, and this is an Amber research question, I guess, but it'd be nice if we could click on these blocks that are on this chart and have it expand down and show all the detail below each block. And, with whatever information, phone numbers, emails, or whatever that we think is, potentially useful to people. It'd be a really good source for people to be able to contact the county employees and ask questions or whatever. So that's just something for the board. I don't know how hard it would be to do that. I mean, I've seen it other places, but.
We can look into it for sure. I'll look into it.
Okay.
Commissioner Mendenhall?
No, I'm good with it.
Commissioner Cox?
Yeah, I think the chart looks fine. I just had a question about the clerk of court not being on here and the offices that fall under that. I didn't know, since it was like the register of deeds is on here and the sheriff, who are elected officials, and the clerk is an elected official, but I didn't know if it should be on here or not.
I can't remember. I know we had a discussion about that. It seems to me that we decided to leave it off because it's more of a state regulated, state mandated operation. If I'm not opposed to putting it back on there if everybody else is, but
Well, I didn't know. I mean, they're the employees that work for the clerk's office are county employees, right?
mm-hmm. No. Well, not for the no. We'll register a deed, but not the clerk. You're right.
Okay. And I don't have a preference one way or the other. I was just making sure it wasn't left off by mistake.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Do we want to put it?
I was gonna say, do we need to move this to action? I think we need to go ahead and move it tonight.
I think so too. Commissioner Wood, you good with that?
I'm good with it.
Commissioner Morris. Commissioner Cox, you're okay with moving to action tonight?
Yes.
So we'll move to action tonight. Put it to the list.
I have a quick question. Did y'all skip the department quarterly reports?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
So I will go back to that.
I'm guilty too.
This will be quicker. So, the department quarterly reports. In the past, our county departments, besides what was required by the state, they've never done reports. So, one of the things I ran on, and I believe very strongly in being from government, we get tax dollars to do a mission, to do a job. There should be a level of accountability that goes with that. Just because you're hired into a position doesn't mean you're not held accountable by standards that are set forth by the organization. So it's not uncommon. I've never heard of an organization not doing performance evaluations or not doing reports. So what I would like to ask my fellow commissioners, that we need to provide direction to the county manager to provide that department heads will be required to complete and submit quarterly reports to the county manager. The county manager then will review and make comments, and then they'll be forwarded to us if we have any questions or we have any comments. And then also within that quarterly report, at the end of the year, there's an annual report. But the annual report is pretty simple. If you just combine your highlights and lowlights of your quarterly reports, and then you give it an annual report, which the county manager would review and provide what worked, what didn't, and what we need to change. Just because we've done it here 100 years. If it doesn't work, we need to try something else. We can always go back to the way it didn't work before if the new way didn't work. The only exception is that obviously the office of the sheriff, that's an elected office. So we invite the sheriff to submit reports. We know that he doesn't have to, he doesn't work for any of us. But I hope that he does, because I think that helps us show what the sheriff's office is doing on a quarterly and on a yearly basis.
Can I bring something up? I don't think we voted to move any of the stuff to action like last meeting when I wanted to put the school thing on action. Y'all said we had to vote on it.
I was getting ready to ask for a vote for the.
Okay.
You're talking about the quarterly reports, right?
No, I'm talking about the item we just moved to action, the chart.
Okay.
Typically, there's just a consensus, but if somebody disagrees, then we can vote.
So,
I mean, if everybody agrees to move it to action, then we typically do. We've never voted on it, but I mean, if somebody does disagree, then we have held the vote whether to move that item to the action agenda or not.
so the proper code, I mean, you're pretty good, Commissioner Mendenhall, with the,
Then I just think that we have to make a motion to take a vote on whether we want to move it to action or not.
okay, all right. So I'll entertain a motion
On which item?
on the organizational chart.
Organizational chart, I make a motion that we go ahead and move that to action and take a vote on it right now.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, the motion carries that it will go to action at tonight.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then now we're with the departmental quarterly reports. Can I have a motion on the quarterly reports to give the manager guidance that to require quarterly reports and an annual report to our department heads?
Motion that we give the county manager that responsibility on quarterly reports.
All right, can I get a
I'll second it.
I'll second.
all right,
So just to move it, right?
right. Yeah.
Move it to action.
All in favor?
I have a question about it.
Okay. Okay, hold on.
Just a minute. One thought on this, well, as far as guidance for it, would be whether we want them to come up and present those quarterly reports to us and up there where the public can hear them, which I think would be a good idea. We used to do that with health. I think Health and DSS used to both do that at one time. But if they're going to go do the report, I think it's worth coming and presenting it.
Okay, I'll amend my motion to make it where they have to come up and present.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, the motion carries and it'll go to action tonight. Next up is a mission statement, county vision, and core values for Stokes County. So another thing that we discovered that our organization has never had a mission statement, a county vision, or core values for Stokes County. All I'm asking for is to give guidance to the county manager to work with her team to come up with some suggestions on presenting a mission statement, a county vision, and core values for Stokes County. So, anybody have any questions? Commissioner Cox, you have any questions?
No, I don't. Thank you.
I'm good with it.
So we're not going to move it to action because we don't have anything to review, so we don't need to take a vote. Next up is 2024 North Carolina Development Tier Designation, and Amber Brown, our manager, will present. Amber?
Thank you. So I'll just share a little bit of information about the tier designations specifically for Stokes County for the 2024 coming up. And I'll just provide a little bit of background information about it and how the tier rankings are calculated, so that way those of you who don't know how those are done can have a little insight as to what I'm going to talk about. So since 2007, North Carolina has used a 3-level system for designating county development tiers. The designations, which are mandated by state law, determine a variety of state funding opportunities to assist in economic development. So how tier rankings are calculated. This process assigns each county to a designation of Tier 1, which is most distressed, Tier 2, which is the middle, or Tier 3, which is the least distressed. Assuming no ties in rankings, the statute requires 40 Tier 1, 40 Tier 2, and 20 Tier 3 counties each year be designated. So tier rankings for counties from the NC Commerce and the state, this is how they are determined on 4 different factors. Average unemployment rate for the most recent 12 months for which data is available, median household income for the most recent 12 months for which data is available, percentage growth in population
for the most recent 36 months for which data is available, and adjusted property tax base per capita for the most recent taxable year. So I'm going to share just a little bit of the stats from those different 4 rankings. And we're currently, Stokes is a tier 2, and from what I could find, going back all the way to 2007, we've been a tier 2, so that's not the worst, but not the best either. We're right somewhere in the middle. So for adjusted property tax base per capita, Stokes is 40 out of 100, 100 again being the top, the best, and then 1 being the least distressed, which is the lowest. Stokes is a 40 out of 100 at 103,432. 103,432. Again, that's the adjusted property tax base per capita. The average in North Carolina, their report being at 136,274. The next indicator, or the factor that's is determined, is the population growth, the percentage of population growth, and this is from 2019 through 2022, which goes into our 2024 determination. Stokes is 58 out of 100 at 1.49% population growth. North Carolina as a whole is 3.2% population growth. Median household income for 2021, which again goes into 2024's designation. Stokes' median household income is $57,763. North Carolina average is $61,997, which were 69 out of 100 though. So we're on up there on that one. And then the last factor that determines our ranking is unemployment rate, which is a 12-month average. Stokes is 86 out of 100, so near the top at 3.1%. Which is very low compared to the average of North Carolina, which is 3.48%. Those are the 4 factors that determine what tier we are, and again, we're a tier 2 and have been since, at least what I can find, since 2007. And they calculate that every year, the state does, based off of those factors, the North Carolina Department of Commerce.
Thank you. And if, I don't know if we need to do an official, but I would like to ask the manager to post to our Facebook page and to our county website page that information. I think that the information has to flow, the good and the bad, with Stokes County. We need, that's part of, I think, what we missed a lot. Sometimes we just make assumptions. And if we're going to make assumptions, let's make assumptions with facts. So, anybody have any questions or concerns about posting on Facebook and on our county website the information? Commissioner Cox, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. And I wasn't able to write down everything she was saying to just, hopefully she can just email me those statistics so I'll have them to look over before the next meeting, just so I'll be able to know everything she was saying.
Amber nodded yes. She'll send them to you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I think we got a real problem with, Amber, isn't Rockingham and Surrey both tier 1s?
Surrey just became a tier 2. Yeah,
Oh,
they just
went up.
moved back up.
Okay, so Rockingham's still tier 1?
I can look. Let's see. It says they're tier 1 still. Rockingham is.
It's a flaky system, in my opinion. It's not accurate. It doesn't accurately reflect what we should be, but that's another discussion.
All right, next up is public records request. This is another item that was very troublesome, and I was affected by that directly when I submitted a public records request, and no answer. Nobody responded back from the government. Finally had to contact. Of course, I contacted the county commissioners at the time. Nobody responded back to me. Finally, the manager at the time, I emailed her, and she did respond back to me, and she looked into it for me. At the time, it wasn't under her direct supervision, but she did research it, and basically what it was is they didn't do a report. So if you don't do a report, you don't have to compile a report under state law. But it's just very upsetting. A citizen a citizen shouldn't have to spend a couple weeks trying to contact everybody for what is a right in this state for public information. And so what we did as a board, we authorized our manager to come up with training for public records requests, and to make sure that everybody knew the statute of what was required of a public records request. And I just want to reaffirm with our current manager that the public record request, that information is on our website, correct? Where people can go to it and they know how to make a public record request and what we do. The other item that I think that we left out that was not voted on is many of the counties and municipalities, they keep, in other words, the public record is public record. So we know and we can track over time, and especially if someone's going to make a public record request, they can go to the website and say, oh, somebody else did, and that was the answer. Or if they just need to update, then they can correct it and do it. And I know in my conversation with the manager, I guess we have to wait on IT to see if they can kind of manipulate that type of interactive software.
Yeah, I'm checking with IT to see if they can put something like that together. I know other counties like Surrey have a software that they pay for and use. Now, again, I was checking into that to see how much that would cost the county, but I don't have that at this time.
Okay.
But I know that some other counties do use softwares for that, so it tracks it through that.
I would just ask if you just look into that, and then whenever you can give us an answer, we'll just put it back on the discussion agenda. Is everybody okay with that?
Good, yeah.
Commissioner Cox, you okay with that? Her looking into a software tracking through Surrey County, and then we'll put it back on discussion when she gets back with us.
Yeah, anything that'll make it easier for the public to maneuver. And I agree with what Rick said about our email addresses. If there could just be a simple way, like a quick link maybe on the homepage where people could click on it and it would have a directory of all employees and their emails, that would be helpful.
Thank you. All right, next up is the Walnut Cove Senior City Advisory Council. Vicki Haynes has applied for the Advisory Council. There are 3 vacancies left. I will open the floor for nominations.
Nominate Vicki Haynes.
Second.
All right, all in favor? Or do we do a poll?
No,
Do that next
we
time.
just need a motion to close the floor for nominations.
Motion to close nominations.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
All right, the motion passes. And we want to move the item to action agenda. Is that okay tonight, or do you want to wait till the next meeting?
For the next meeting would be good.
Advertise?
Yeah, for the next
Okay.
meeting.
Have to wait.
All right, next up is the JCPC appointment request. Mrs. Selena Howlett has been recommended for the school system position on the JCPC. So I will open the floor for nominations.
Who is it? Selena Howlett. I would nominate Selena Howlett.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, can't.
Close the nominations then.
So we'll, a motion to close the floor for nominations.
Motion to close.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carries, and it will go to the action agenda for the next meeting. All right, now we are at the action agenda. You want to start with the ones that we did say, or do you want to do that at the end?
Let's just go with how it's listed on the agenda if we can.
Okay.
For East's sake, because since we've approved the agenda.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, the Life Star.
Okay, so first up is the Lifestar franchise agreement. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve the Lifestar franchise agreement.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Commissioner Cox, you there?
Uh-uh.
All right. Okay. All right, motion carries. Any further discussion on that? If not, we will go to the needs-based public school capital fund grant application.
I would like to make a motion that this board does not approve the needs-based grant application for this year and potentially look at it again at a future date.
I would like to have some discussion on this item.
I agree.
We all do.
I agree. I agree that we do need discussion. I agree. So, you want to start it off, Commissioner Cox, discussion?
Yeah, I'll be glad to. Again, I will just say that I read through all the emails that I received, and there were a lot of compelling emails, and I appreciate everybody that took the time to email us. And the format of the email does not allow us to respond to the emails that were sent through the website created, Build King Better, or whatever it's called. But the people who emailed us individually, not through that website, I think we can respond to those, and I plan to respond to as many of them as I can. But like I said, there were over 500 emails, and it shows that people are intently paying attention to this issue and our decision on this. And it'll have a long-lasting impact to the future of Stokes County. I think allowing them to apply for this grant will save the taxpayers a lot of money in the long run. We don't know if it will be available next year with the same stipulations, and we may not even qualify next year if they change the criteria, which they've done numerous times, because in the past, if you were to take one of these grants, it impacted your lottery money that we were given, and that's why I think Dr. Rice mentioned they didn't apply for any of these types of grants earlier, because we would lose our lottery funding, which we depend on that to make the payment on Poplar Springs and Yancey Reynolds and some of the other things. So I think that's good that they thought about us by not applying for some of the earlier grants. It seems like we're punishing the school system for doing a good job of providing for their needs by pursuing grants. They got a grant for the roof, like they said, for $5 million, $1.79 million for technology, one for cameras, that was $1.6 million. So, I mean, I think they're doing a good job of trying to save the county money. And it's like instead of applauding them for it, we're trying to punish them for it. One thing I will say is, I think some of the speakers alluded to is that King does drive our county's economy. I don't think that's any secret. They were 50% of the tax base and 50% of the students. There's no denying that the Gadsden Township grows. When it grows and does well, the rest of the county is a beneficiary of that, and everybody wins. There's an old saying that a rising tide floats all the boats, and I think that's true in this scenario. I think it's like getting an opportunity for a grant like this is akin to growing a bumper crop that you didn't even expect, but then it would be like saying, well, we didn't expect that bumper crop, so we're not going to harvest it, we're just going to leave it out in the field to rot. And that's an analogy that a lot of people should be able to understand. I just think that it's asinine and irresponsible for us to consider not letting them apply for that grant right now, because we don't know that it'll be there in the same format as it is right now next year. I'm not going to go back through all the things that I have in my notes pertaining to the Masonboro study or the redistricting and consolidation of schools, because to me that's a separate issue from this, and I'd like to just focus on the issue at hand, and that's the script right now. But I just asked you to, ones that are against it, to reconsider. I did talk to a local developer who did back up what Ms. Mitchell said to our, in our last meeting about the 500 additional houses being planned. Also, the fact that there's an 80 or 90 acre tract that's being looked at or just has been sold to a developer that's not on anybody's radar yet either. So we know, just as Richard talked about with supply and demand, the demand is high, and that's why all these builders are putting up all these houses. And you know, as far as the school board wanting to pay for this with their money, I think they set a precedent when they did that for the roof grant. So I feel like the precedent's already been set that they've done that once. So that takes us out of any obligation as far as, you know, not knowing what our budget looks like to provide that match. I think to not approve this grant shows an unmitigated bias against the Yadkin Township. There's just no way to sugarcoat that. It's exactly what it is. So that's, I'll just save any of my other comments. We go back around again. Thank you.
Commissioner Morris? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me start by reviewing where we have been with the school consolidation process and grant application process. The basic question posed by me and the County Commissioner Board was when are we going to consolidate Stokes County school system, given the significant and continuing decrease in student population? At the root of the question was the need to reduce cost and lessen the burden on the local taxpayer to operate the school system. To address this issue, the Board of Education embarked on the only logical approach to addressing this issue by contracting with an expert firm with over 30 years of experience to develop a consolidation plan. The Masonboro firm was hired and, in my opinion, delivered an excellent first draft of a consolidation plan that was presented to the Board of Education and the public on March 28, 2023 at a Board of Education meeting. County Commissioner Board was also in attendance at that meeting. Following the presentation, the Board of Education Chair Robertson stated that the Board of Education would study the proposal, put Masonboro on speed dial, follow up with questions, and engage further with Masonboro on their recommended plan. The Commissioner strongly endorsed this approach. Shortly after this meeting, the well thought out school consolidation process started to disintegrate. Rather than re-engaging with Masonboro, the Board of Education decided to discard the Masonboro report and develop their own homegrown plan for school consolidation, even though they had zero experience or expertise in developing such plans. The Board of Education ignored public comment and developed several versions of a school closing grant application plan, not a comprehensive school consolidation plan that was requested by the commissioners. The Board of Education conducted only one public hearing because it was required by statute. As stated by Board of Education member Justin Duncan during our joint meeting with their board, the public does not like this plan. This was no surprise to me, given the extensive feedback I have received from the public questioning the logic, objectivity, and fairness of the school closing plan. After challenges from the commissioners on the adequacy of their plan, the Board of Education next chose to shift the focus from the development of a consolidation plan to the application for the needs-based grant, for construction of a new elementary school to replace King Elementary School at the same questionable location. The decision to use the grant for King Elementary was made exceedingly early and was not supported by Masonboro's conclusions on how the grant should be used. Little or no public input was requested before the King Elementary decision was made. This is the point where I and some of the other county commissioners started to part ways with the Board of Education and became suspicious about the process they were using for developing a consolidation plan. The parting of the ways was driven by a few general actions taken by the Board of Education and specific actions taken by Chairman Robertson. A few of these actions are summarized below. Number one, the Board of Education ignored the suggestion from me and the other commissioners to get back with Masonboro to adjust and further refine the initial version of their plan. Instead, they doubled down on their homegrown school closing plan, which in my opinion lacks fairness, it's political, it lacks factual supporting data and objectivity, and has all the markings of a pet project from the Board of Education. My opinion is shared by most of the public who have contacted me during the past few months with their displeasure of the Board of Education process and resulting plan. The main exception is those who have surfaced during the past 2 weeks that are directly associated with King Elementary School, who have flooded my email since our last meeting with a form letter supporting the application for King Elementary. If you hadn't been able to find that, it was in my junk mail is where I found it. I just actually discovered them a couple days ago. Number two, as I stated at the last commissioner meeting, the December 4th version of the Board of Education school closing plan is woefully inadequate as a justification for commissioners approving a financial match or the grant. Masonboro provided a splendid example of what a comprehensive consolidation plan should look like. I will not accept anything less for my commitment to matching funds. The attempt by the Board of Education to disconnect the grant application from the comprehensive long-range plan is also a non-starter for me. Conversely, the grant application is a sub-element of the consolidation plan, which will then become a sub-element of the county's long-range strategic plan, which we will be starting to develop in early 2024. Just for starters, the December 4th Board of Education plan is unaffordable, with or without grants, with its recommended expenditures of $200 to $300 million of taxpayer dollars for new school construction and renovations. Just as a reference, the last new school construction renovation plan that Stokes County did cost approximately $40 million and required a 4-cent property tax increase to pay for the projects. That's what we normally refer to as the 4-cent fund. I'm also very troubled by the fact that the commissioners and the Board of Education members can no longer agree to disagree on issues such as the submission of the grant application this year versus a later date when an acceptable consolidation plan is produced and adequate public buy-in is obtained. Instead, Chairman Robertson appears to have launched a campaign to coerce the county commissioners to bending to his and the other Board of Education members' viewpoint or be denigrated. He continually states that this decision should be a no-brainer to support this grant. To me, it is a no-brainer not to support this grant with the lack of a professionally constructed, comprehensive school consolidation plan that we specifically requested. I can assure everyone that coercion is the last strategy that will gain the cooperation of this Board of County Commissioners. In summary, it is my opinion that the relationship between the County Commissioners and the Board of Education is the worst it has been during my 14 years working in Stokes County government. I have lost all trust and confidence in the current Board of Education for the first time since I entered local government. This is a concern as we enter the annual budget process and evaluate the next recommended budget or school budget from the Board of Education. I recently had a discussion with a former boss of mine who is a county commissioner or a county commission chair in another southeastern state. This county is similar to Stokes in population and public school numbers. They recently received a $180,000 grant to develop a long-range strategic plan for his county, which with the cooperation of their Board of Education will include an annex to consolidate 17 schools to a more realistic number. Their plan will be prepared by an expert third-party company over the next period of 1 year. My point in mentioning this is to emphasize that what our County Commissioner Board is doing about strategic planning is not unusual. Strategic planning is a best practice that unfortunately has not been effectively practiced in Stokes County. Our current Board of Commissioners is dead serious about correcting this problem by developing Stokes County's first comprehensive strategic plan, which will require justification from all organizations and activities that receive funding from Stokes County government. I would close by stating, as I have earlier, that I take seriously my obligation to be a good steward of taxpayer dollars and to apply the spending of those dollars fairly to all residents of Stokes County, not to a select few or a select community or select geographic area of the county. We are now being asked to match a grant that barely meets any of the criteria required by the grant application. It certainly does not meet the grant's requirement for consolidating multiple existing schools into a new single school. To the granting authority's credit, they included checks and balances into the grant process where county commissioners are required to sign off on approval of grants and to provide matching funds. I think our BOE's, or Board of Education's, current approach to school consolidation and the resulting December 4th long-range plan is a textbook example of why these controls were put in place. Our board will not be strong-armed by the Board of Education or anyone else as we move forward with our strategic plan that is desperately needed in Stokes County. We would welcome the participation of the Board of Education as we go forward with our strategic planning process for Stokes County. But the public can be assured that we will move forward with our strategic plan with or without the participation of the Board of Education, and the county strategic plan will address school consolidation. For the numerous reasons I have stated today and at earlier meetings, I will not support the grant application or matching funds now to build a new King Elementary School back on the same property with the resulting closure of Pinnacle Elementary School. I hope voters in the approaching primary election will drill the candidates on the school consolidation issue and vote for candidates who will produce a realistic and affordable plan that is hopefully validated by non-biased third-party experts like Masonboro. If the Board of Education had adopted the recommendations of the Masonboro plan, I would be the first one supporting the grant application today, no matter what schools were closed and where the new school might be sited. During my 14 years as both a county manager and county commissioner, I've had to make some exceedingly difficult, tough decisions, but this was not one of them, simply because we asked for a reasonable, data-supported, comprehensive consolidation plan and we never received it. In other words, the Board of Education blew us off, so we are left with no usable product to give our financial advisor or his analysis to give us advice. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Wood?
I'm not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole. My problem is I know too much about construction. There was a comment made that the site will be fixed by engineers. 52 years I've dealt with engineers. They don't give a crap about cost, but they'll fix it. They will fix it. I've been talking to a friend previous customer. By the way, I'm retiring this year, so you don't have to hear no more of my construction stories about this numerous projects. And I know too much to vote for this. My gut's telling me not to do it. I think we need to talk to the financial advisor. We need direction. We do not need to jump in this quickly, because February 23rd, I think, we had a joint meeting in this room with the Board of Education. And I can't remember which one said it. How much you want to let us have? That hit me wrong. Lord, that hit me wrong. And I asked for a report on what you need. And we just got it in November. And here it comes with your hair on fire. I got issues with it. I'm sorry. That's all I got.
Mr. Mendenhall?
No comments.
No comment at all?
No comment.
Before I go into my comments, I want to kind of touch on what Commissioner Morris talked about, a financial planner, and Commissioner Woods talked about a financial planner. And we met with him on August 28th at a regular board meeting. In fact, it was on the suggestion of Commissioner Mendenhall. Commissioner Mendenhall remembered that years and years ago that he had done some work for the county and he thought it'd be a good idea. And the board agreed, and we have entered into a contract with the Carter Group. So if I would like to turn it over to County Manager Amber Brown and relay a discussion that was had between Lisa and Amber regarding us signing on the dotted line to go in debt.
I'll just relay briefly, Lisa, Finance Director, and we had a conversation with Doug and Andrew Carter from DEC Associates on the phone. We were trying to set up a meeting in person for them to come and continue the work they're doing to help us on financially advising us. And, of course, they're asking about what was currently going on and what were some of the big, capital needs that we were dealing with. And, of course, we explained what was going on with the grant application and kind of the needs for the school systems, but also the county. And I will say that they did say to us that they agreed there needed to be a capital improvement plan, and the county could not guarantee a lump sum of money because there's no cost savings or understanding of where we're going from this point forward. And I'm just relaying what they said. And they said that if needed to kind of help move the process along, they would come to the Board of Education and talk to them directly, so that way there could be conversations there if need be before it came back to the commissioners. They've done that in other counties, I guess, to help along with the process between the commissioners and the Board of Education.
Thank you. So, a little recap. So on Friday, October 6th, I met Chairman Von Robertson and Dr. Rice and staff to tour King Elementary. And again, I'll say it, I appreciate the opportunity to go there and to look at the facility. During the tour, I think that especially the principal, he showed a lot of enthusiasm, interaction with the students as they go by, the teachers. So this is not about the people, the human capital that are actually on the ground doing the work there at King Elementary. But apparently, at the end of the meeting, at the last part, I had a conversation with Vaughn. Dr. Rice was around, and there might have been a couple other people around too. Here's my exact words. At the end of the day, I'll vote for the grant. At the end of the day. And like I've said the whole time, I don't have authority to tell where to put the schools, what not to close. I think as a private citizen, I have an opinion, but as a board of commissioner, I don't have that. I just don't have that power. However, see, here's in silly me. So when I left there, and I'm thinking, this place is got to be closed. And so in the following meetings, and you can go back and watch it, I mean, I was adamant. What is the plan to the Board of Education to close King Elementary temporarily to get to get them out of there? Well, then I started getting pushback. And the pushback came in the terms of, well, with the last plan that was finally developed and it come out from the Board of Education, one of the things that was put in writing, and prior to that was starting to go on Facebook. So I guess that makes it true. In this case, it was to where if the Board of Commissioners don't sign off to apply for the grant, or if we do, but we don't get the grant, then King Elementary will stay in place until what, 2035, 2030, whenever the debt runs out for the school debt. So then we can apply for another loan and build school. So another lesson learned in politics, where I get slapped in the face and it hits me all of a sudden. I see. This is not really about the safety of and how horrible the safety, even though there were some other public speakers up here today that purposely had written down in their comments about how unsafe that school was. So see, silly me, thinking for the whole county, and at that time, King, and like I told everybody there, and I told everybody here, if I was moving to King and I took a tour and I had children, due to the condition that I saw, and I'm not an engineer and I don't have nowhere near the experience this man has over here with building stuff. It's what he does for a living, for a big company. But I got a little common sense. And as much as I appreciated all the bubbling and the enthusiasm and that they put forward, I would not send my kids to that school because I think it's unsafe. But I stand corrected. It's not unsafe. And all you people are up here saying that, it is not unsafe. Because the Board of Education has said that can sit there until 2035. And it's no problem. And then it ties in what I talked about earlier. It ties into the Board of Commissioners, the three new ones that got elected, they want to close King Elementary School and bring in some private developer that maybe Mark Black knows or somebody else, and for us to invest and make a bunch of money of putting something in that hole. That does not compute. So here I am, I'm the one actually looking after the kids, worried about them. And if you really believe that, you wouldn't say, we're going to leave the kids there until 2035. So, I retract the urgent need to close down King Elementary and move them somewhere and keep them safe. They can stay right there until 2035 or until the Board of Education meets with us and goes over a strategic plan. I'm willing to sit down with Vaughn or his vice chair, Dr. Rice, and our vice chair here, Keith, and sit down and hammer out what's best for Stokes County schools. as part of a strategic plan. We've never done that in Stokes County. Never. We've already on the hook for a court renovation, the courthouse. Now, this is before Keith and I. There are other commissioners that are here. They were on the board, but they had no say so. I've watched the meetings. They were told by the state, "You're going to do this," and they gave us a grant, some money, but it's not going to cover near what it's going to take to build that renovation at the courthouse. Okay, so we already have that. The other thing that is going, and I know I've gotten comments and things on Facebook. How dare us even think about building a new animal control place? How dare us? They're just animals, right? How can you compare it to kids? Well, for years and years and years and years and years and years and years, animal control in Stokes County has been horrendous because they're not funded and they're not trained. And the mistreatment of animals that went there has been documented and is unreal. So yes, we are required, we have to have an animal control. We have to do that. And by the way, animal control serves King too. As far as I know, I don't think King has their own animal control. Because I know we respond to calls there when King calls, and they bring their animals to our control shelter. So it's for the whole county. But that is in play. Then we got a hospital feasibility study that is in play. So we have a $10 million grant for that from the state for new construction. But we're paying for a feasibility study because we want to make sure that we get it right and it's feasible. So we're still in that. So that's on the table. So then it leads me to, as we are going into the next budget cycle, we have issues, public safety. And I'll just give you some quick example. I don't want to bore you, what we got to put up with. But this may interest some of you. So Monday through Friday during the week, if you need a fire department, fire truck, or if you need a rescue unit during the week, Monday through Friday, we have a hard time. We have to get a lot of different agencies of our volunteer fire departments, and King helps a lot, and I appreciate that. And they come out. But it's still a pretty good distance from King to say Danbury. But we have got to start fixing the problems here in Stokes County. And here's another shocker. So another example of I think for myself. I'm not right all the time, but I think for myself, and I don't take cues, orders, threats from nobody. Nobody. So, but think back to the current budget cycle that we're in right now. Go back and watch some of the budget tapes. I asked for a tax hike, and I don't like increasing taxes. Don't like them at all. But you know what? For the past 6 fiscal year budgets, we have taken from our reserve fund, from our fund balance, our savings account, just to meet. So it's a balanced budget. So if we just continue arbitrarily on a shelf over here, want to deal with separate issues, we can't. We just can't. It's got to be a package deal. The taxpayers deserve to know what they're on the hook for. And we've got to have good education. I'm not against that. And I don't mind paying my taxes for that. But we also need public safety. We also need health. We need a 911 center. You call 911 and no one answers the phone. What are we going to do? The human capital in county government right now is very low. If you would go into the county manager's office, if you would go up to HR, into the director's office there, they're busy pulling files, entering data from yesterday instead of planning for tomorrow. Because we don't have a staff like the school system has. But I believe in open and transparent government. I ran on that. And anybody can look at my cards, and if you want to see something, I'll send them to you again. It's right on there what I was going to do. And when we talk about transparency, for this current year, y'all pay more taxes on your homes and on your land. Because last year, what upset me is that they let the reevaluation go, and so we had new appraisal, and that's fine. But the state statute says you have to consider revenue neutral. So in other words, you have to compare the tax rate now and take the value back down to what it would be, how you would lower the tax rate to get where the property value equals how it was the day before the new evaluation came out. And I come up here and talked in public session. And I told them, I said that just tell the truth. If we need to raise taxes, raise the tax rate and do it. But of course, they don't want to do it. Because they want to be able to say, and they're not lying, the tax rate has stayed the same for the past 15 years. Because what they do is they just let every 4 years, when your property gets revalued, just like what Richard Brim was talking about, lets the revenue come up, but we say, folks, we're holding the line on taxes. Holding the line on taxes. It stays there. At one time, this county had 30% in their fund as a fund balance, 30%, and that's great. That's great. But ever since that 30% fund balance, it continues to go down and down and down and down, and we're at about 13% right now, folks, and we're getting ready to go into a new budget real soon. We have to maintain 8% of a fund balance in the state of North Carolina. One thing that North Carolina got right back in the Depression was they created a local government commission, LGC. They oversee all the debt ratios, where we are at with our tax rate, and where we're at being able to pay bills, and to make sure that if emergency happens, we've got a fund balance that we can put to work immediately. For those of you to think that the federal government and the state government, the minute it's declared a national disaster or a state disaster, you think it's a money flow, the chute that comes down, think again. Think again. The first line of defense and the first money out the door is the local government. But you got to have money saved to do it. So, in terms of, I don't see how it's unreasonable to want to come up with a plan. I'll support the grant. I don't care. You can put it in some field somewhere. But I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it alone, because I've got fire departments to worry about. I got the sheriff's office to worry about. I got DSS, the health department. It's all going to be in the mix, and I'm going to be honest. If we have to raise taxes, I'll say we've got to raise taxes. Last thing, and I'll be quiet. I put my money where my mouth is. Go back to this last budget thing, the first budget cycle that Keith and I were in, and we were going through all the needs. We went through every single department when we come on. And quite frankly, I know that Commissioner Cox and Commissioner Mendenhall seem to be surprised too at the overall lack of everything in every department that we didn't have. But when it come down to finding the money, I said, hey, we need to raise taxes. So for the group, I guess, that I belong to, according to some people on Facebook, the group that I'm in, well, I was the only one that wanted to do that. And even gave specifics of how that would help. So we had to borrow more money because all other 4 commissioners did not want to increase taxes. And so here we are. The cycle's got to stop. The cycle has to stop. We have to get into the 21st century, and we've got to plan ahead, and we got to come up with a strategy, and we all have input as stakeholders. And that's how we move this place ahead. Otherwise, it's like a quote from Mike Rogers on the school board, the vice chair. It was in the Stokes News. He's talking about, well, the reason that we're so far behind, I think you said 10 years behind in putting money in repairing the schools, is because the Board of Commissioners at that time said that they were going to take that money and pay down the debt at West Stokes High School and get that done. We got to stop it. We have to stop it right here. We're accountable now. I can't help what happened umpteen years ago. I can't help what the philosophy is. And if I can just do what I can just do for Stokes County, but regardless, you got me for 3 more years. But that's okay. 3 more years you've got me that's going to treat you fairly, whether or not you think all the ethical violations that are going on and the corruption that's going on. You got me 3 more years, so they'll still do the right thing. Thank you. That's all I have.
I got a
one
question. I got a question for you.
You can't take. You can't.
Well, just give me just a second. I want to get straight of where you said you guys don't want to be on the hook. How are you on the hook if they say they have the funding through the school
Because
board?
we have to sign the document that says we are going to pay $2.1 million, and we don't have that.
So the school board does not have that money.
I don't know. You'll have to ask them.
I mean, that's what I heard him say.
I read it in the paper.
It's $700,000 over a course of 3
$700,000 a year, I believe, is what they
over
said.
a course of whatever 3 years. So if that's money.
Right, right.
So
But
that's what I'm trying to understand. is where that comes
Okay.
from.
So we're not going to start. I can't open up the floor again to ask a lot of questions, but I will answer your question for you. I'll answer your question for you. So there's no guarantee that when we sign the document that says that we guarantee that we'll come up with a $2.1 million if they approve the grant, we have no guarantee that Dr. Rice will fulfill his agreement to fund $700,000 a year for the next 3 years out of the budget. And even to show that, I asked him, even before we knew all about this stuff in the regular budget session, I asked him, when we appropriate on line items out of our local money, tax dollars, do you have to come back to us, or do you have to show a reason to move that line item money to wherever you want to go? And he says, no, I can move it wherever I want to go.
We'll have more comments.
I have no more comments.
We can have another round.
Well, yeah. Do you want to start? Nope. Commissioner Cox?
Also, I hope that we could give Dr. Rice an opportunity to respond to a couple of these questions about the match and their ability to fund it and what we can do to ensure that is funded by them if they say that. But I want to remind y'all that you keep talking about King gets free animal control or EMS and stuff, but citizens of King pay county taxes just like any other area of the county. So they're not really getting free EMS dispatch or animal control or anything else. They pay for it just like all the other citizens of our county. And I want to point something else out, that I wasn't going to talk about Masonboro just because I just think that it's two separate issues. But since Rick brought up about Masonboro, I think Dr. Rice had told us they did bring them back to talk to them about a second reiteration and if they should bring them in and talk to them about that and what it would look like. And they told the Board of Education that their plan was to put those students in mobile classrooms, and that at that point, when the Board of Education realized that was not a viable option or a safe option, they decided to not bring them back in for another reiteration. Well, when I was on school board over 15 years ago, over half the students in the King area were in mobile units. And as were in a lot of other schools in our school system, it was a concerted effort on our part to get those kids out of mobile classrooms, to put them into brick and mortar buildings, to get them back into a environment that was conducive for learning. And if Masonboro thinks it's a viable option to use mobile units, just like they recommended merging Southeastern with South Stokes, then I say I can't take them serious, and their plan is garbage. And I would recommend that the Board of Education never recommend them to any other school system and give them a bad review if there's any way possible on their website or something, because that's just ridiculous, and I would never use them. Again, it's a very antiquated way of thinking, and I don't agree with hardly any aspects of the plan. But also, Rick said we a lot, and I want to address that because you're not speaking for me. When you talk about we will address school consolidation in our plan, that's not our job. We are not the Board of Education, and we do not need to be advising them on school consolidation. And Brad, you just said we need to fix that.
I didn't hear you, Sonia.
So you mentioned in your opening comments that we need to fix Stokes County, and you're right.
We
There's
do.
certain things we need to fix, but yet you're willing to turn down the possibility of $42 million to help fix some things that we know need fixing. That's all I have right now.
Mr. Morris?
I would totally disagree with Commissioner Cox about her opinion of Masonboro. You know, what we said all along, like any logical business person would do, is you don't accept the first version of their report. You get back with them, you refine it, and you come up with a good report that has additional input and is validated by a third party. No plan that this Board of Education puts together is going to be perceived as fair and objective. I mean, they proved that with just this thing that they produced up to this point.
I'm sorry, did you say?
Sir, you can't talk. You can't talk, and it's not a public hearing right now. It's just discussion. I'm sorry, but you just can't.
Secondly, I'm not impressed with this idea that we're going to go pull capital funding out of the school system to pay the match. To me, all you're trying to do is get around the controls that were put in place by the granting authority, where they require us to not only approve the match, but to approve the grant also, which my motion says we do neither one at this point. That's enough for now, I guess. We got other things to do.
Any more comments from you? Just one last thing to what Commissioner Cox says. I understand King pays county taxes too, and I know they pay animal control. Trust me, I know that. But my point is that we were catching heat, or I was catching heat, because I was willing to support a new animal control shelter, but I won't support money for the King Elementary School. And I never say anything about EMS. That King doesn't. I mean, that's obvious that King pays taxes for EMS. So, with that being said, I've already.
One last one before you quit.
Yeah. So we've got a motion on the floor to not sign off, not approve the grant for the school board for King. We've had discussion, so I will entertain a motion to vote. Okay. All right.
Commissioner Cox's comment about we don't do school consolidation, the Board of Education does. We fund all this stuff. And so we're by default, we're involved in these plans that come up to be approved or not approved. And so, don't tell me that we don't have anything to do with consolidation of the school system. Because we're a stakeholder in this process because we're the ones who provide the funding. And that's the last I'll say.
So those that are in favor of nay,
Not supporting it.
not supporting the grant.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Those that are in favor, approve the grant.
Aye.
Sonia?
Aye.
So the nays have it 3-2. The grant is not approved during this fiscal budget year. Can we get like a 5-minute break?
Still one more item, two more items.
You want to, well, let's just keep on. Let's just keep on. I thought
I will not.
with the
I will not apologize for standing up for the school system, for our students. I think it's very disrespectful of these commissioners to not approve a grant and at least to let us.
Hey, Vaughn, why don't
at
you
least to
depart
let
the
us
road?
apply for a grant. I was elected to stand up for the students, and I'll do that.
we can clear the. We on?
Next two, then we get close.
Yeah. So it's 4-6. I'm sorry we had to take away from the live feed. We had some. We had an individual that wanted to carry on and was out of order, so we shut the feed. But that has went away now. So we've only got a couple more items in our action agenda. So we're going to proceed. Next up is the Northwestern Regional Library Board appointment. Chris Covington was nominated to serve on the Northwestern Regional Library Board at the last meeting. No further applications have been received. So we need to poll the board on the nominee, which is Christian, he goes by Chris Covington. Can I get a motion?
We just need a poll.
We just.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, do the poll. Yeah.
Covington.
Covington.
Okay. All right. So, well, we have a majority, and unanimous approval.
Thank you.
That it's Chris Covington is now on the board. Next is JCPC appointment request. Kelly Pruitt was nominated to serve on the JCPC at the last meeting in the Chief Court Counselor position. No further applications have received, so we'll go ahead and we'll conduct a poll.
Pruitt. Oh, we are on Kelly Pruitt, right?
Right, Kelly Pruitt.
Pruitt.
Yeah. Pruitt.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so-
Sonia has it.
Okay.
Sonia,
Sorry, I thought
are you okay with Kelly Pruitt?
Pruitt, yes.
All right, unanimous. Kelly Pruitt is now elected to serve. So which actions did we put from discussion down?
The first one was Westfield Volunteer Fire Department, the contract amendment.
Okay, can I get a motion?
To approve.
Yeah, I made the original motion, but Rick has the right to make it, so I'll second it.
Put your back, you don't do.
That's okay.
Okay, all,
It was a motion, yeah, so Rick has made the motion to approve, I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Then the design build,
Passes unanimously. All right.
design build contractor renovations for awarding that contract to Granco.
I'll make a motion, we approve Garanco for that.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, unanimous.
Okay. Then the organizational chart for Stokes County.
Organizational chart for Stokes County.
Motion to approve.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Unanimous.
Okay.
Vote.
Then the department quarterly reports.
And the department quarterly reports.
To approve the department quarterly reports with a presentation.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, it's unanimous. Thank you. Okay. At this time, I'll ask for a motion to enter closed session, but I'll ask Amber to read the rationale first.
To prevent the disclosure of information that is privileged or confidential pursuant to law of the state or the United States, or not considered a public record pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11A1, and to consult with an attorney employed or retained by the public body in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the public body, which privilege is hereby acknowledged pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11A3, and to consider the initial employment or appointment of an individual to any office or position other than a vacancy in the Board of County Commissioners or of any other public body, or to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, and fitness of any public officer or employee other than a member of the Board of Commissioners or of some other public body pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11A6.
Can I get a motion to enter closed session?
Motion, we enter closed.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Yeah.
Did we take a vote on it?
If you will take a vote.
Yeah, it's unanimous. Yep. almost a 7:45, and we're now back in open session. I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion, we adjourn.
Second. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?